Buongiorno a tutti, vi prego di prendere posto e accomodarvi, stiamo per iniziare. C'è il tuo nome e cognome? Bene, iniziamo. Innanzitutto buon pomeriggio a tutti. Eminenza, eccellenza, autorità. Inizierò a parlare in inglese. Your Eminence, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends. It is with deep emotion and sincere gratitude that I welcome each of you to the very first Vatican Longevity Summit, a gathering that unites some of the world's greatest minds around one of humanity's most profound questions. How can we live longer, healthier, and more meaningful lives? Cambio subito all'italiano perché è con profonda emozione e commozione che 5 minuti prima della sala stampa vaticana di questa mattina ho ricevuto questo testo dal Santo Padre Papa Francesco, che vogliamo ricordare anche in questo summit. Il testo del Papa dice così: in occasione dell'incontro sulla longevità promosso da codesto istituto sul tema Sfidare l'orologio del tempo, il Sommo Pontefice invia agli organizzatori, ai relatori e ai partecipanti tutti il benaugurale saluto, auspicando che l'evento susciti rinnovata attenzione agli anziani, la cui preziosa testimonianza rappresenta una ricchezza per la Chiesa e per la società. Con tali voti Papa Francesco assicura il ricordo nella preghiera e mentre incoraggia a proseguire nell'impegno volto a favorire progetti di sostegno sociale, volentieri invia la benedizione apostolica. Quindi è con grande gratitudine che riceviamo questo messaggio aprendo questo primo Vatican Longevity Summit. This event is the realization of a dream that began last year, a dream of Vivana Kazam. Vivana, a visionary, an intellectual, and above all, a friend, inspired me from the very beginning. Over the years, we collaborate in a numerous thought-provoking initiatives she brought to life. For example, the project like Cinema and the Brain, Cervello e Cinema a Milano e a Roma, or Ha un sesso il cervello, Does the Brain Have a Sex? And many others that bridges together neuroscience, society, and ethics. Last year, after the remarkable success of the first Milan Longevity Summit, Viviana called me and said, with her usual spark, why don't we do something in the Vatican? That simple, that daring question set this dream in motion. Today, that dream becomes reality. Viviana, I know we are watching us from above, and from the deepest of my heart, I dedicate this first Vatican Longevity Summit to her. Marilena and Alexis, we did it. We did it. Thank you for your support. This summit is not only historic in location. the eternal city, Rome, but also in a purpose. As we gather under the support of the Pontifical Academy for Life, we do so with a shared mission to explore the science of longevity, to reflect on the ethical responsibility that comes with him, and it shaped that future of aging as a journey of dignity, vitality, and hope. We are deeply honored to be hosted by the Pontifical Academy for Life, whose voice and vision have long guided the Church engagement with the challenges of modern science. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the President, Monsignor Vincenzo Paglia, for his leadership, presence, and unwavering support. And I also wish to express my deepest gratitude to His Eminence, Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of His Holiness, for joining us and opening this summit. With his institutional greetings, thank you so much for being here. Your Eminence, your presence here means so much for all of us in this very special moment of the Church history and the world's history. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Illustri autorità religiose e politiche, stimati relatori e studiosi, cari amici, è con grande gioia che porgo il mio saluto a tutti voi riuniti per questo prima Vatican Longevity Summit, un evento di portata straordinaria che vede la partecipazione di premi Nobel, scienziati, esperti e accademici provenienti da tutto il mondo. Un ringraziamento particolare va agli organizzatori, in primis alla Pontificia Accademia per la Vita, all'Istituto Internazionale di Neurobioetica e al Brain Circle Italia, che hanno promosso questo spazio di confronto unendo sapere scientifico, riflessione etica e discernimento umano. La longevità è una delle grandi sfide del nostro tempo. L'umanità ha sempre cercato di prolungare la durata della vita e oggi, grazie ai progressi della medicina e delle biotecnologie, assistiamo a scenari un tempo inimmaginabili. Ma la domanda fondamentale che ci interroga è questa: che cosa significa vivere a lungo? Qual è il senso profondo di una vita prolungata? Papa Francesco ci ricorda che non si tratta solo di aggiungere anni alla vita, ma di dare vita agli anni. L'invecchiamento non deve essere visto come un mero dato biologico, né come una sfida da arginare con strumenti tecnici sempre più sofisticati, ma piuttosto come un'opportunità per la crescita personale e comunitaria. La longevità, infatti, non è solo una questione medica, ma una realtà che tocca la società nel suo complesso, coinvolgendo economia, cultura, etica e spiritualità. Viviamo in un'epoca in cui il limite e la fragilità tendono a essere negati o nascosti, quasi come se la vecchiaia fosse un problema da risolvere piuttosto che una stagione della vita da valorizzare. Ma la vita è un dono e conserva il suo valore in ogni fase dell'esistenza. Non possiamo cadere nell'illusione di un progresso che persegue l'immortalità biologica, dimenticando che la vera pienezza si trova non nella quantità degli anni, ma nella qualità delle relazioni, nell'amore donato e ricevuto, nel senso profondo dell'essere parte di una comunità. E in questo contesto è essenziale che la ricerca scientifica e tecnologica sia orientata al bene integrale della persona. Come ci ha ricordato sempre il Santo Padre, la longevità non può diventare un privilegio riservato a pochi, né una nuova forma di disuguaglianza sociale. Essa deve essere accompagnata da un impegno concreto per il bene comune, affinché il prolungamento della vita non sia solo un traguardo individuale, ma una possibilità condivisa in una società più giusta e solidale. La sfida etica che ci attende è chiara. Come possiamo far sì che il progresso scientifico sia al servizio della dignità umana e della fraternità universale? Questo summit, con il suo dialogo tra biologia, demografia ed etica, è una straordinaria occasione per iniziare a rispondere a questa domanda. È necessario promuovere una visione della longevità che non si limiti a garantire anni in più, ma che favorisca una qualità della vita autentica in cui ogni persona possa sentirsi riconosciuta, accolta e valorizzata fino alla fine dei suoi giorni. Infine, il tema della longevità ci richiama un'altra dimensione fondamentale, quella della relazione tra le generazioni. In un mondo che corre sempre più veloce, il rischio è che gli anziani vengano lasciati ai margini, considerati un peso piuttosto che una risorsa. Ma la storia, la memoria e la saggezza di chi ha vissuto a lungo sono tesori preziosi per la società. La longevità non deve portare una cultura dell'individualismo, ma deve diventare occasione di solidarietà intergenerazionale, affinché i giovani e gli anziani possano camminare insieme costruendo un futuro più umano e inclusivo. Con questo spirito auspico che questo pomeriggio di riflessione del primo Vatican Longevity Summit sia un'occasione di autentico dialogo e collaborazione. Il mio augurio è che da questo incontro nascano nuove prospettive per una scienza che, illuminata dall'etica e dalla sapienza, possa servire la vita e la dignità di ogni persona. Grazie a tutti e buon lavoro.
Thank you so much, grazie Eminenza. E adesso cedo la parola ci saranno 2 saluti istituzionali da parte del governo italiano e invito a raggiungermi al Vice Ministro del Lavoro e le Politiche Sociali, l'onorevole Maria Teresa Bellucci, che ringrazio per la presenza. No, eccola qua.
Thank you so much. Buon pomeriggio a tutti, un saluto particolare a Sua Eccellenza Monsignor Paglia, che in questo periodo della riforma in favore delle persone anziane è stata una guida importante e anche un momento costante di confronto e di approfondimento, ma innanzitutto un saluto a Sua Eminenza Cardinal Parolin. Le sue parole sono sempre fondamentali per un governo che vuole essere all'altezza del suo compito, cioè quello di mettere le persone al centro, con una visione della politica antropocentrica e che non lascia nessuno indietro, soprattutto le persone più fragili, per cogliere questa sfida, che è la sfida legata ad un tempo di grandi trasformazioni. E su queste grandi trasformazioni devo dire che spesso si sente parlare a livello istituzionale delle trasformazioni tecnologiche, delle trasformazioni nell'ambito ambientale, ecologico, meno si sente parlare delle trasformazioni, delle transizioni demografiche. Eppure nulla prescinde dalle persone e quindi nulla prescinde dagli aspetti di cambiamento in ambito sociale e demografico. Allora l'Italia in questo, devo dire che ha una responsabilità in più. La prima nazione in Europa per numero di anziani, la seconda al mondo dopo il Giappone, attualmente sono presenti 14 milioni di anziani in Italia, il 24%. E le statistiche ci dicono che da qui a pochi anni, nel 2050, avremo una percentuale ben maggiore del 34%. Attualmente in Italia ci sono oltre 21.000 centenari e nel 2050 ve ne saranno 78.000. Un tempo straordinario che stiamo vivendo, un tempo unico. Un tempo che dobbiamo governare con la consapevolezza che abbiamo una responsabilità, quella di definire delle politiche che siano all'altezza del loro compito. Non abbiamo in questo in eredità un libretto delle istruzioni, perché mai prima d'ora la scienza è arrivata a traguardi così alti e elevati di allungare la speranza di vita così tanto. Un trentennio davanti a noi. Dai 65 ai 95 anni non è un'illusione, non è un'enunciazione di principio, è la realtà di questo tempo. Ma devo dire che le istituzioni, i governi si trovano a governare questo tempo non preparati. Hanno avuto la miopia di pensare ad altre transizioni, la transizione green, la transizione tecnologica, seppure insomma con difficoltà. Ma ecco, la transizione demografica di quelle nazioni a sviluppo e economia più avanzata, questo l'ha messo fuori dall'agenda delle priorità. Eppure se noi parliamo di sviluppo dobbiamo parlare anche di progresso, di un progresso che innanzitutto fa leva su un rinascimento dell'umanesimo, altrimenti non è sviluppo. Altrimenti non è progresso. E allora l'agenda di questo governo, del governo Meloni, ha messo tra le proprie priorità la sostenibilità di un invecchiamento sano, di un invecchiamento che possa accompagnare le persone in questa lunga stagione che è caratterizzata da una cultura della prevenzione sempre più importante e imponente, in cui la scienza viene messa a servizio delle persone, fino ad arrivare a scongiurare la non autosufficienza il più possibile, perché nessuno resti solo. Ecco, una priorità di questo governo è stata quella di avviare la prima riforma in favore della terza età. E allora io ringrazio Padre Carrara, presidente dell'Istituto Internazionale di Bioetica, di Neurobioetica, e voglio ringraziare purtroppo, anche se non c'è più, la presidente Vivana Kazam di Brain Circle Italia. Le istituzioni hanno viscerale bisogno di una scienza che si metta a disposizione, di una scienza che possa accompagnare le persone e la protezione della vita. Abbiamo bisogno dei giusti elementi e delle giuste indicazioni, Padre Carrara. Perché questo non può essere il terreno della contrapposizione teologica, non può essere il terreno dello scontro politico, non può essere la materia di una bandiera. Questa è la materia di tutti, perché riguarda tutti noi, direttamente o indirettamente. Riguarda il bene più prezioso che abbiamo, che è la dignità della vita umana. E allora io sono anche fiera, e Monsignor Paglia lo sa, che la nostra riforma in favore della terza età non ha ricevuto neanche un voto contrario in Parlamento. Umilmente, con capacità di ascolto, vedendo nell'altro sempre fonte di dialogo e di accrescimento, anche nell'opposizione, questo governo, questa maggioranza è stata in grado su questa materia di costruire ponti e non di alzare bandiere. Un ringraziamento ovviamente è una capacità di tutti, nessuno escluso, in cui anche gli esperti del settore hanno fatto la loro parte, perché hanno profuso parole, impegno in consessi come questi, nazionali e all'interno delle università, per aprire le menti e soprattutto per aprire i cuori e far comprendere che avevamo una sfida epocale da abbracciare e che dipendeva dalla responsabilità individuale di ciascuno di noi, di farsi strumento, opera, di mettersi a servizio delle persone. Ecco, per me oggi è un piacere essere qui, perché io sono stata delegata dal governo italiano, dal presidente Meloni, a coordinare i lavori della riforma in favore della terza età. Prima Sua Eccellenza, Sua Eminenza, il Cardinal Parolin, quando sono entrata mi diceva: come mai lei è qui? Non dovrebbe essere esperta della materia. Ecco, per età forse no, seppur ho 52 anni, ma certamente devo dire che questa occasione che mi è stata data dal primo Presidente del Consiglio è stato per me una grande occasione di approfondimento, di servizio, di senso anche del mio servizio come Vice Ministro, come esponente del Governo. Ecco, io credo che grande parte del mio impegno oggi per questo Governo sia accompagnare questa riforma, continuare a farlo nel CIPA, il Comitato Interministeriale per le Politiche in Favore della Terza Età, essere strumento di coesione, di unione, di alleanze. E quindi io mi auguro davvero che l'Istituto Internazionale di Eurobioetica e anche Brain Circle Italia vogliano essere parte di questo percorso del governo italiano, e davvero chiudo, ma che ha una responsabilità in più. Proprio perché l'Italia è la prima nazione in Europa per numero di anziani, proprio perché noi facciamo parte di quell'Occidente avanzato, con delle profondi radici giudaico-cristiane, abbiamo una responsabilità in più, quella di essere modello e apripista per altre nazioni a economia avanzata. Arriveranno al nostro stesso stato, quello di avere il 24%, 14 milioni di italiani over 65. E allora l'Italia è anche un laboratorio di buone pratiche, è anche un laboratorio di sperimentazione, è anche un laboratorio di politiche in cui nessuno venga considerato uno scarto, tantomeno le persone anziane. Ecco, io credo che l'Italia questo oggi debba assumerselo non soltanto all'interno dei confini nazionali, come sfida, una sfida che ha una visione antropocentrica, una sfida che mette al centro le persone, una sfida di quel rinascimento dell'umanesimo che deve essere di ispirazione anche in quell'Occidente avanzato e di sviluppo che deve prima di tutto mettere al centro le persone, l'uomo e la vita come protezione quindi del bene più assoluto che noi abbiamo. Quindi grazie per il lavoro che state facendo, ovviamente aspetterò gli atti di questa bellissima manifestazione, grazie a tutti voi che venite da tutto il mondo, good luck, good work e see you soon.
Grazie al Vice Ministro del Lavoro e adesso con grande gioia che lascio la parola per l'altro saluto istituzionale all'onorevole senatore Alessio Gutti, che è il sottosegretario alla Presidenza del Consiglio dei Ministri con delega all'innovazione. Grazie per essere qui.
Buon pomeriggio, grazie per questo invito. Mi scuso per il ritardo, ma abbiamo avuto qualche difficoltà nel trovare esattamente questo splendido posto. Noi sappiamo che l'essere umano si misura fin dall'antichità con quello che è la sfida della longevità. Ogni cultura, ogni religione ha i suoi esempi, i suoi miti sulla longevità e sulla immortalità. Mi piace ovviamente ricordare Matusalemme con i suoi 969 anni di vita, di esperienza, di saggezza. Oggi la longevità non è più un mito, è praticamente una certezza. Viviamo più a lungo, lo facciamo ovviamente in condizioni decisamente migliori rispetto al passato. Ieri l'anzianità era vissuta e concepita come il declino di ogni attività fisica, cognitiva. Oggi invece l'anzianità è considerata una nuova fase, anche molto attiva, non solo dalla sociologia. Cosa significa in pratica per chi come me, come la collega Bellucci, si occupa di leggi, per chi come noi fa il legislatore? Significa innanzitutto che c'è un nuovo modello sociale e questo nuovo modello sociale deve necessariamente contemplare quello che è lo sviluppo tecnologico in corso, che è straordinario e che non è sempre negativo. Io non condivido quella visione distopica per cui tutto ciò che è innovazione tecnologica è qualcosa di negativo. Anzi, dovremmo considerare l'innovazione tecnologica, in particolare l'intelligenza artificiale e tutte le tecnologie di frontiera, come una sorella per cercare di vivere meglio, anche spiritualmente, e poi vi spiego perché. Quindi la tecnologia è una straordinaria potenza per l'innovazione sociale. Ci sono alcuni messaggi che vorrei dare, anche per raccontare sinteticamente quello che sta facendo il governo al cospetto di questo nuovo fenomeno molto positivo che è la longevità. E il primo è ad esempio nella salute pubblica, che è forse il settore dove maggiormente riscontriamo questo rapporto biunivoco estremamente positivo tra tecnologia e longevità. Noi sappiamo che la tecnologia ci consente di intervenire in tema di prevenzione. Lo vedremo anche sinteticamente quello che stiamo facendo in materia di prevenzione e voi comprendete che anticipare soprattutto i problemi della cronicità e consentire al medico di anticipare quello che può essere semplicemente un sintomo e quindi aggiustare, customizzare nel modo migliore quelle che sono le terapie è oggettivamente importantissimo, soprattutto per la terza età. Quello che noi stiamo facendo, ad esempio, perché è un fenomeno che interessa prevalentemente la terza età, è quello di intervenire sulla riduzione delle liste d'attesa e del no-show, che è un fenomeno ovviamente odioso. E lo stiamo facendo con degli esperimenti, con dei pilot che stiamo conducendo in Lombardia, presto partirà anche nel Lazio e siamo convinti di andare a raggiungere il target che è di nostro interesse, e cioè degli anziani in modo particolare. Così come stiamo lavorando intensamente sul fascicolo sanitario elettronico che va a cambiare completamente quella che è la dinamica, il rapporto tra il medico e il paziente e nella stragrande maggioranza dei casi il paziente è anziano. Poi abbiamo la questione robotica assistiva e domestica e anche qui occorre pensare a un robot come compagno di vita per il futuro, perché tecnologicamente si va su quella strada. Non sostituisce evidentemente l'uomo, non sostituisce evidentemente i rapporti umani, è certamente un complemento. Uno straordinario complemento. In questi giorni abbiamo visitato alcuni centri di riabilitazione, alcune eccellenze veramente straordinarie, dove certamente c'è tanta sofferenza, ma dove altrettanto certamente c'è una grande speranza. E al di là delle convinzioni e degli approcci più o meno religiosi, la tecnologia è un provider di speranza. In quegli ambienti è un provider di speranza. E allora la terza questione riguarda la socializzazione digitale. Noi sappiamo che la tecnologia dovrebbe farci sentire sempre un po' meno soli, dovrebbe limitare l'isolamento sociale, ma sappiamo ovviamente che può anche generare l'effetto opposto, soprattutto in quelle fasce anagrafiche che sono particolarmente fragili, particolarmente esposte. Eppure noi sappiamo che attraverso la realtà virtuale possiamo consentire agli anziani di sperimentare, di esplorare, di vivere situazioni che magari nella loro vita non hanno mai vissuto. Un concerto in diretta, una messa in diretta, la visita a un museo. Tutto ciò è consentito attraverso la realtà virtuale e ci sono degli studi estremamente interessanti che vanno in questa direzione. E poi abbiamo il lifelong learning digitale, che è certamente importante. Noi fino a qualche tempo fa eravamo convinti, leggendo anche certa sociologia, che si potesse apprendere solo fino ad una certa età. Oggi non è più così. Abbiamo dimostrato e si sta dimostrando che anche in tarda età l'apprendimento è e può essere una straordinaria caratteristica di crescita, di approfondimento e di sviluppo personale. Ci sono ovviamente due situazioni di anziani: gli anziani che diventeranno tali tra qualche anno e che hanno vissuto relativamente l'approccio tecnologico. Ma poi ci sono anche gli anziani che diventeranno tali tra qualche lustro, tra qualche decennio, e che quindi avranno già avuto dimestichezza e disinvoltura nella relazione con la tecnologia. È chiaro che sono due approcci che vanno investigati anche sotto profilo legislativo, soprattutto per quanto riguarda l'aspetto della prevenzione. E poi abbiamo la trasformazione della mobilità, delle città. I tessuti urbani si stanno trasformando grazie all'innovazione tecnologica e l'innovazione tecnologica sarà assolutamente importante per fare in modo che gli anziani si sentano inclusi nelle cosiddette smart city. Una città progettata pensando agli anziani non è semplicemente più accessibile, è una città più umana, più inclusiva, più resiliente, dove la tecnologia è realmente al servizio della persona. E non è una banalità. Se nel panorama politico fino a 5, 6, 7 anni fa c'era qualcuno che intendeva togliere il diritto di voto agli anziani, e noi questo lo ricordiamo perfettamente. E quindi sulle smart city bisogna lavorare anche per evitare lo spopolamento delle zone più recondite del paese, che ovviamente sono prevalentemente vissute da anziani. Quindi il tema dell'inclusione è anche un tema di carattere urbanistico e di crescita strutturale del territorio. Io credo che ci sia una pratica, e mi avvio alla conclusione, che riguarda la tecnologia. Però vorrei lanciare un messaggio. Io vorrei che la tecnologia avesse anche una dimensione spirituale, e mi spiego meglio, perché non vorrei essere ovviamente frainteso. Il contatto con i familiari, l'accesso facile ai servizi della pubblica amministrazione, quello che vi raccontavo prima relativamente alla realtà aumentata, alla realtà virtuale, può fare molto in termini spirituali. Il senso di appartenenza, la ricerca di significato, l'elaborazione della propria storia personale, la condivisione emotiva delle esperienze. Tutto questo ad una certa età può essere facilitato e agevolato dagli anziani, che in questo modo non si sentirebbero un peso, come spesso purtroppo accade, ma sarebbero addirittura un faro a livello empirico, certamente da osservare. Faccio un esempio molto semplice. La video call con i nipoti non è solo un modo pratico per sentirsi meno soli, ma può diventare un'occasione spirituale, un momento di gioia profonda, straordinaria, di continuità generazionale, la conferma del proprio ruolo all'interno di quel contesto familiare e all'interno di quel contesto sociale. Tutto questo può essere fatto con l'ausilio della tecnologia, con l'uso della tecnologia. E concludo. Oggi gli anziani possono svolgere veramente un ruolo straordinario, che è quello di ricordare alle generazioni più giovani che non tutto può essere misurato, ottimizzato o accelerato, e che esistono valori profondi come la solidarietà, come la compassione, come il rispetto per la fragilità, per la vulnerabilità. Tutto questo potrebbe essere una sorta di mentoring intergenerazionale inverso. Non sono più i giovani che insegnano agli anziani come si usa la tecnologia, ma sono gli anziani, dopo averla assaporata, che insegnano ciò che di positivo nasconde l'innovazione tecnologica. Io vi ringrazio per questa straordinaria opportunità e sono certo che sfrutteremo anche il messaggio del Giubileo, che ovviamente volge a includere al massimo, e il mio Dipartimento sta organizzando un evento dedicato al Giubileo dell'innovazione, per fare in modo che la tecnologia evidenzi sempre più l'aspetto antropocentrico, e cioè il valore dell'uomo al centro del nostro percorso. Grazie.
Bene, grazie. Invito ora ad accompagnarmi qui Monsignor Vincenzo Paglia e il neurochirurgo Giulio Maira. Insieme li vogliamo qui sul palco. Poi loro decideranno se parlare dal podio o lì seduti, ma li volevo insieme qui, innanzitutto per ringraziarli. E adesso dirigerà il primo intervento Monsignor Paglia.
Eminenza, amici e amiche, buonasera. Io volentieri ho dato il patrocinio a questo primo Vatican Longevity Summit. Padre Carrara è membro della Pontificia Accademia per la Vita. Il tema, lo abbiamo già ascoltato, è particolarmente importante. Alcuni studiosi considerano il XXI secolo come il secolo della vecchiaia. Il Novecento, dal 1900 al 2000, gli abitanti dei paesi occidentali hanno guadagnato almeno 20-30 anni in più di vita. Un esempio, io faccio parte di questa generazione. La vice ministro dava qualche dato sul 2050 e la popolazione mondiale degli anziani sarà più di 2 miliardi, quindi circa il 22%. Non c'è dubbio che sia una conquista dell'umanità. Potremmo dire che si è realizzato un antico sogno: non morire più giovani. Le generazioni che ci hanno preceduto hanno sperimentato il dramma della mortalità infantile di massa. Non c'erano anziani perché i bambini morivano prima. Oggi l'età della vita è aumentata e la morte riguarda soprattutto noi vecchi. Potremmo dire è rientrata nel suo ordine. La morte conclude l'esistenza ordinaria dell'uomo. Un tema che poco però viene tematizzato, anzi dimenticato appositamente. E comunque la vecchiaia è disprezzata. Lo diceva De Gaulle, un naufragio. Persino il termine è bandito. Non si usa dire vecchio, ma diversamente giovane. Ed io personalmente dico: non mi offendere, io sono vecchio. Non sono diversamente giovane. Mi sono guadagnati i miei 80 anni uno a uno e non ne ho perso nessuno per strada. È una ridicola contraddizione, perché pur essendo la vecchiaia una conquista non solo della scienza, dell'igiene, della solidarietà, pur essendo questo, tuttavia è ritenuta comunque una sconfitta. I vecchi sono un peso, non producono e costano. E siamo milioni di persone. Una cosa è certa: per la prima volta nella storia è apparsa quella che io chiamo una vecchiaia di massa. In Italia sono i 14 milioni di cui parlava la Vice Ministro. Ma non ne abbiamo consapevolezza. Noi stessi anziani ci siamo convinti di essere un po' fuori della vita vera. Il pensionamento, non ci si fa spesso caso, in realtà convince noi anziani a ritenerci fuori della vita che conta. Se poi diventi non autosufficiente, ti senti anche in colpa, magari perché pesi sui tuoi figli. È una situazione che non possiamo non esaminare, perché è nato un nuovo popolo, quello dei vecchi, ma non c'è pensiero su di loro, né politico, né economico, né sanitario, né culturale e persino neppure spirituale. È una terra incognita, come si scriveva nelle carte geografiche del Medioevo, abitata da persone di cui non sappiamo quasi nulla. Persone che vivono 30 anni per fare che? E che vogliono dire 30 anni di vita da pensionati, cioè da messi da parte. La vecchiaia di oggi, io credo invece, è un'età da inventare se non vogliamo andare incontro a disastri sotto tutti i punti di vista. Questo nostro stesso incontro di questa sera, di questi giorni, ne è testimonianza. La vecchiaia sta cambiando l'assetto della convivenza all'interno dei popoli ed è urgente una nuova visione su di essa, che non è una semplice aggiunta temporale, perché modifica profondamente il nostro rapporto con l'esistenza. Pensate, per la prima volta nella storia, oggi convivono assieme almeno 4 generazioni. Noi continuiamo a parlare di terza età, in realtà non è più così. Bambini, giovani, adulti e anziani. Quantomeno è nato, come io amo dire, un palazzo a 4 piani, con un problema, che il pian terreno comincia ad essere un po' rarefatto. E non è che regga molto bene, ma quel che preoccupa di più è che tra i piani di questo palazzo non ci sono né ascensori né scale. È la tremenda incomunicabilità tra le generazioni. Ecco perché una riflessione attenta è indispensabile, anche perché una cultura generale ci costringe ad un pensiero individualista, ossia ciascuno è condannato a farsi da sé, a pensare da sé, a vivere per sé. L'io, prevalendo sul noi, porta ciascuno di noi ad essere solo. Qualcuno poi dice a sentirsi unici. Anche la vecchiaia, consegnata a questo sforzo di autorealizzazione, sprofonda nella marginalità, generando appunto anche senso di colpa. Ma attenti, se la vecchiaia è un naufragio, l'età giovanile diventa una tragedia. Le 2 generazioni estreme, i bambini e i vecchi, che non possono vivere senza il sostegno di altri, si stanno pericolosamente divaricando, con conseguenze amare sia per i giovani che per gli adulti. Va ricostruita con urgenza un'alleanza tra le generazioni ed è una responsabilità, lasciatemi passare al personale, che noi vecchi dobbiamo riscoprire. Noi vecchi abbiamo una responsabilità gigantesca che abbiamo dimenticato, che stiamo dimenticando. Non solo dobbiamo invecchiare bene, ma fare della vecchiaia un tempo opportuno perché l'intera società in tutte le sue età si sviluppi in una prospettiva solidale. Bisogna assolutamente evitare una cattiva vecchiaia. E personalmente, sin da quando ho accettato l'incarico del Ministro della Salute del governo italiano di realizzare una legge per appunto rivedere interamente la questione degli anziani, io sento una responsabilità morale particolare. Se noi vecchi della prima vecchiaia di massa non riusciamo ad inventare un'età dignitosa per le nuove generazioni, sarà drammatica. E per i nostri adolescenti, come facciamo ad esortarli a vivere e a pensare al futuro se gli ultimi anni della vita saranno una tragedia o un disastro? Molte altre riflessioni si potrebbero fare. Permettetemi però che accenni, visto il luogo dove siamo, alla responsabilità della Chiesa per offrire un senso positivo nella vecchiaia. Nel cuore del Novecento è maturata all'interno della Chiesa una nuova considerazione nei confronti degli anziani, come una nuova alleanza. L'aumento degli anziani è una sfida anche per la Chiesa. San Giovanni Paolo II l'ha raccolta. Ricordo la sua splendida lettera ai vecchi nel Giubileo, nell'anno precedente al Giubileo del 2000. E anche Papa Benedetto, che visitando una casa di anziani disse: vecchio è bello. Chi l'avrebbe mai pensato? Vecchio è bello. Papa Francesco ha come per la prima volta proposto una visione cristiana della vecchiaia. Non solo ha istituito un'apposita festa liturgica per celebrare i nonni. L'ONU ha una giornata per gli anziani ad ottobre. Papa Francesco alla fine di luglio unisce i nonni, come a indicare una alleanza tra le due estreme età della vita, le più fragili. Le unisce. Ma non solo, Papa Francesco ha scritto 19 catechesi sulla vecchiaia, inventando un'attuale de senectute, come lo fece Cicerone. Come i cristiani, e non solo, debbono vivere 30 anni senza avere un ufficio chiaro, senza avere una responsabilità netta. In questo senso la vecchiaia, lo diceva già il grande teologo Romano Guardini, è un tempo straordinario, anche perché per statuto è quella che conduce verso l'eterno, verso il compimento, verso la destinazione. Una riflessione che non sento fare mai. La destinazione nostra e dei popoli. A che siamo destinati noi? E noi vecchi, per questione di storia, la prossima tappa sarà ovviamente la tappa della morte. Non se ne parla. Cos'è la morte? La fine? È una domanda che io credo dobbiamo farci, anche perché mi rivolgo agli scienziati, il rischio di, anche attraverso le nuove tecnologie, del miraggio sulla immortalità è un rischio che alcuni già accarezzano, con un'illusione gigantesca, ovviamente. Permettetemi allora una sottolineatura che riguarda la vecchiaia nel suo insieme. Noi vecchi potremmo essere definiti in questi ultimi anni come i fragili. La nostra condizione è la fragilità. Noi vecchi siamo i più fragili. Non è però da riconsiderare una condanna la fragilità. Anche la scienza ne deve tener conto. La condizione di fragilità è una responsabilità anche verso le altre generazioni. Sì, noi vecchi, proprio perché più fragili, siamo chiamati ad esercitare un magistero verso le altre generazioni, ricordando che tutti sono fragili, anche i bambini, i giovani, gli adulti. È stato il magistero più straordinario di Papa Francesco in queste settimane, non con le parole. Qualcuno dice che il Papa era muto. Il Papa ha gridato al mondo intero che siamo tutti fragili e tutti dovremmo prenderci cura gli uni degli altri, come tanti noi credenti e non solo abbiamo pregato per il Papa. Questo deve essere rivolto a tutti gli anziani, a quelli che dimentichiamo, a quelli che la società scarta. La fragilità non è una malattia da cui guarire, è la condizione umana da comprendere e farne motivo di cura vicendevole. Sì, la fragilità diviene una forza perché spinge a prenderci cura gli uni degli altri. L'individualismo è bandito, come è bandito il prometeismo o anche il narcisismo. Ecco perché non possiamo rinchiudere la vecchiaia nell'immagine di una vita residuale, come se fosse per definizione l'età della sopravvivenza passiva, del vuoto progettuale, insomma la fine dell'esistenza. La vecchiaia rischiara definitivamente anche la nascita. Questa volta però non all'ingresso nella vita terrena, ma verso il compimento nell'eterno. Le doglie della prima nascita sono riservate alla giovinezza. Le doglie della seconda nascita, che stanno sullo sfondo della nostra inquietudine circa la destinazione della vita vissuta, sono una prerogativa della vecchiaia. Lei, la vecchiaia, queste cose le sente. Se ne traiamo solo paura, siamo perduti. Se ne cogliamo la testimonianza, i capelli bianchi della vecchiaia, chi li ha, saranno una benedizione per tutte le generazioni. E permettetemi infine anche un solo cenno. Vengo dopo l'intervento del viceministro anzitutto, ma anche del sottosegretario Butti, alla conquista che l'Italia ha fatto attraverso un testo prodotto dalla commissione che mi onoro di presiedere, che si chiama Carta dei diritti degli anziani e dei doveri della società. Di fronte alla enorme popolazione anziana, questa carta viene a delineare una comprensione nuova di questo nuovo popolo. C'è poca legislazione su quest'età. Finalmente questa carta offre alcuni principi per i diritti che gli anziani hanno come tutte le generazioni. Il diritto a decidere, ad esempio, dove essere curati. Il diritto a restare a casa. Il diritto ad essere chiamati per nome. Il diritto alle relazioni, come tutti. Di fronte a questo nuovo popolo si è resa necessaria una nuova visione della vecchiaia e quando l'ho presentata a Papa Francesco ne è rimasto ammirato e ricordo nella prima catechesi sugli anziani trasse dalla sua tasca la carta e disse: questa è del governo, ma è fatta bene, potete leggerla. È una nuova visione che chiede agli anziani, certo, diritti e anche propone doveri. Insomma, è un problema che tutti dobbiamo riscoprire, perché c'è bisogno di un cambio di paradigma. Purtroppo le nostre società non sono ancora consapevoli del cambiamento avvenuto E la risposta al problema della vecchiaia normalmente è o la solitudine o l'istituzionalizzazione degli anziani non più autosufficienti. La legge, che come diceva il Vice Ministro è stata approvata senza nessun voto contrario dalle due Camere del Parlamento italiano, offre un cambio di paradigma, e cioè l'intera società deve farsi carico di tutti i suoi anziani e accompagnarli per tutto il resto della loro esistenza, perché restino il più possibile nelle loro case o comunque nell'ambiente dove sempre sono vissuti. Metterli negli istituti significa sradicarli, e alla fine è l'anticamera della morte. Tutti noi vecchi desideriamo restare a casa, tutti desideriamo vivere gli ultimi anni della nostra vita in luoghi a noi familiari, e morire anche a casa è una questione di civiltà. Questo ovviamente richiede una riorganizzazione generale dell'assistenza, di cui la prevenzione è la magna pars. La nuova legge approvata in Italia, e in queste settimane inizia la sua applicazione attraverso adeguate sperimentazioni, e la prima sarà per noi italiani, comprendiamo cosa vuol dire, sarà Tor Bella Monaca, chiede di investire su un continuum assistenziale che parte dalla domiciliarità, accompagnata da una ritessitura dei rapporti che aiutino a vincere la solitudine, promuovendo anche il co-housing, 4-5 anziani che vivono insieme, che a mio avviso è una prospettiva sempre più importante, perché noi vecchi soli saremo milioni, o scegliamo di vivere in piccoli gruppi o altrimenti sarà un problema. Con la creazione di centri diurni multifunzionali, ben arredati per la telemedicina, per la riabilitazione, per luoghi di formazione e così oltre. Questo richiede il coinvolgimento non solo delle realtà cooperativistiche, ma anche del volontariato, delle reti umane e sociali, per favorire quell'empatia che deve tornare a far rivivere il tessuto di una società dove purtroppo l'individualismo continua a smantellare il contesto sociale. È l'intera società che si deve far carico dei suoi anziani. È questo che si chiama civiltà per il XXI secolo. Questa carta, e mi avvio alla conclusione, unica per ora nel suo genere, costituisce un'efficace base per promuovere una riflessione più approfondita e anche promuovere proposte innovative che rispondano ai crescenti e non più rinviabili bisogni delle persone anziane. Tale carta è tradotta ora in molte lingue del mondo. La Fondazione Da Grande, un'emanazione della Pontificia Accademia per la Vita, sta promuovendo la conoscenza ovunque nel mondo. L'OMS Europa l'ha già presa come suo testo di riferimento. La Lega Araba ha chiesto che fosse presentata agli Stati arabi. Gli Stati africani la stanno chiedendo, e tutti siamo concordi perché si sviluppi una cultura adeguata che onori, come scrive il quarto comandamento della Bibbia, i propri anziani. Onorare i propri anziani, altro che scartarli. È una sfida che comunico anche a questa Assemblea, che si impegna anche sul piano scientifico a promuovere un'attenzione nuova alla longevità. E in conclusione, sono lieto di comunicare che Papa Francesco, ritenendo importante la sfida di una società più longeva, intende promuovere una giornata mondiale del ricordo che coinvolga la vecchiaia in tutti i suoi aspetti, compresi i vecchi che sono morti, che sono con noi da non dimenticare, compresi noi vecchi, compresi anche quelli che si indeboliscono nella memoria. Il ricordo diventa uno scrigno straordinario che Papa Francesco vuole sia promosso in tutto il nostro pianeta. Ed io sono particolarmente lieto di poter auspicare che un'attenzione nuova verso il mondo degli anziani giunga sino alle Nazioni Unite, perché come è nata l'UNICEF per i bambini, come è nato l'UNHCR per i rifugiati, nasca una istituzione per gli anziani, perché è una grande parte di questo nostro mondo. Grazie.
Grazie a Monsignor Paglia. Invito il professor Giulio Maira. Il professore ha le slide, quindi qui può andare avanti con le slide.
Posso andare già subito?
Aspetti, che ecco, questo no, e questo è il suo. Sì. Giusto.
Okay. Thank you. Grazie. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer of this event for giving me the opportunity to be here today and to introduce the proceedings of this splendid meeting. Societies are aging. The average age is increasing. Life expectancy everywhere is much higher than 50 or 100 years ago, even in the less developed areas of the world. Certainly, longevity is a great gift that the science gives us. If we live longer, it is because, thanks to scientific discoveries and technological evolutions, we age better, overcoming the pitfalls of life. During this interesting symposium, we will hear how in some of the most extraordinary laboratories in the world, scientists are working strenuously to ensure us an even longer life for humanity. Unfortunately, senescence is the most evident expression of our fragility, and currently, compared to the longevity that we are proud of, the duration of a healthy life is not advancing at the same rate. A UN report stated, aging population, we are living longer lives, but are we healthier? In Italy, for example, life expectancy is around 81 for males and 85 for females. But the healthy life expectancy is 75 and 77, with a reduction of 6 and 8 years, respectively. Improving this data would mean obtaining a great advantage in health, but also significant improvement in the economic sustainability of the national health system. Science tells us that preventing diseases is more effective and less expensive than curing them when the pathology is clearly manifested. The first point, therefore, for an healthy longevity must be based on improving benefits of healthy lifestyles and screening for chronic disease and tumors, as well as vaccinations against infectious diseases, and policies that lead to reducing injuries and habits that are dangerous to health. But prevention also requires a social policies act in order to reduce poverty and lack of education, which are relevant risk factors for all preventable diseases. The goal to reach in the near future must be a reduction of at least 50% of chronic diseases and 70% of tumors. If this result is achieved, the concept of prevention will be associated with that of the economic investment. The second point I want to highlight is longevity in women, first making some consideration on gender medicine. Males and females get sick differently. Therefore, for each disease, from heart attack to rheumatoid arthritis or Alzheimer's disease, it is necessary to know how it presents itself, evolves, and responds to therapies, not only in men but also in women. The reality is that scientific research, treatment protocols, and drug production have very often been oriented towards the best possible prevention therapy for males. In a gender-equal medicine, it is important to create a culture that allows women to overcome the gap that has penalized them for so many years. Gender medicine is an important aspect of longevity. Women live longer than men, but they pay this increase in longevity with a worse health. The data provided by the World Economic Forum is thought-provoking. Women spend 25% more of their lives in poor health compared to men. And this gap equates in the world per year to 75 million years of life lost due to poor health or early death. Accelerating progress towards closing the women health gap could yield an additional 7 healthy days per year per woman and create around $1 trillion in annual global GDP by 2040. Therefore, dealing with women's health at all ages, understanding the causes of their fragility, and defining adequate prevention and treatment protocols would improve their well-being, reduce the incidence of sick women in old age, and it would make healthcare spending sustainable, allowing for a significant economic advantage. That would incentivize policies aimed at the prevention, early diagnosis, and treatment of elderly patients and medical research. Working in the field of neuroscience, I like to dedicate the final part of this introduction to the brain and the mind. It seems obvious that a crucial aspect in an increasingly longer living world is how to age while maintaining intact cognitive functions. Let's remember that if the brain doesn't function well, life, no matter how long it may be, can never be truly wonderful. The quality of our dreams will depend on the mental abilities that we have developed throughout our entire existence. Unfortunately, dementia among elderly people is the 7th leading cause of death and one of the major causes of disability and dependency. According to WHO, currently more than 55 million people have dementia worldwide, and every year there are nearly 10 million new cases. In 2022, 4% of adults aged 65 and older were diagnosed with dementia, and the percentage increases with age, up to 13.1% in individuals 85 and older. These percentages decreased with the rising education level, from 7.9% in individuals who didn't graduate high school to 2.2% in those with a college degree or higher. In this analysis, even family income revealed to be relevant. Fortunately, many studies suggest that lifestyle intervention and prevention diseases could be associated with an observed reduction in incidence of dementia. Moreover, the human brain has extraordinary characteristics that can help in this regard. Thanks to its remarkable plasticity, the brain, even in old age, has an astonishing ability to continually reinvent itself, change its structure, grow new synapses, sprout new branches, and increase connectivity. One of the simplest ways to realize this is to think at any age. Without learning, without memory, without emotions, the brain will not develop, and we will not have intelligence. Thanks to this, many people, like those presented in these images, retained cognitive abilities almost unchanged even in very old age. I would like to remember here two of my best friends, Rita Levi-Montalcini, Nobel Prize for Medicine, who died at 102, and Giovanni Bollea, the father of a child in neuropsychiatry, who died at 98, both with an extraordinary mind until the end. This means that cognitive decline is not a physiological necessity, an inevitable fate. It is possible to avoid it, or at least to reduce it. In practice, if we develop our brain properly and lead a healthy life, we can delay or reduce the risk of cognitive decline in any sense. But the development of our mind is not given to us. We must earn it through study, effort, culture, and appropriate lifestyle. Or we become at 80 or 90 depends on how well we have lived our lives. The last point I want to address is related to the dissemination of scientific knowledge necessary to create an aware society. Healthy longevity deeply depends on this. For this reason, it is important to include prevention programs and correct lifestyle education in all schools, at every level, including in medical schools. Neuroscience tells us something that I consider very important. We are born with a brain that is rich in neurons. Children have more than we do as adults because they need to learn everything. This is why a child shows receptivity and creativity that are much higher than those of an adult. This extraordinary potential of children can and must be harnessed, starting from primary school, to instill important messages in their minds that will allow them to acquire healthy habits for their future and the well-being of the entire society. Among the most important educational messages I include the importance of the scientific method, to consider it as one of the most important means for the progression of knowledge. Attention to healthy lifestyles, to instill the concept that the prevention is a social duty. Education about the web, so they understand that this technology could influence their thoughts. Education about illegal drugs and alcohol, explaining that the happiness will not be found in getting high, but in the beauty that life has to offer. In this way, considering existence as a continuous thread that connects the different ages of life in a whole of harmony and balance, as is represented by this sculpture by Gian Lorenzo Bernini. By educating children, we begin to prepare them for a healthy longevity. Thank you very much.
Grazie. E ora, from there, we will be privileged to hear from two giants in biomedical discovery whose contributions have reshaped the future of human health and aging. Professor Venkatram Ramakrishnan, Nobel laureate in chemistry, has illustrated one of the most fundamental mechanisms of life, the structure and function of ribosome. His discoveries have shown us that the maintenance of the ribosomal integrity is not only essential for cellular function, but also for preventing youth and at the molecular level, preserving youth at the molecular level. And Professor Shinya Yamanaka, Nobel laureate in medicine, revolutionized regenerative medicine with his discovery on iPS, induced pluripotent stem cells, by demonstrating that adult cells can be reprogrammed to return to a youthful, versatile state. He offered science an astonishing possibility, the reversal of cellular aging. So thank you very much for being here with us. First of all, Professor Ramakrishnan will give us a great introduction and his understanding of the topic of aging. And after that, Professor Yamanaka will explain us his revolutionary technology. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you very much. It's a real honor to speak here. And I have to say, many people in the longevity research community, when my book came out, probably wondered, who on earth is this guy? And I seem to have gone from zero to expert in the course of one book, which sounds like a Tesla ad when Teslas used to be fashionable. But anyway, this is a book. And I'm going to summarize, by the way, it's coming out in Italian later this year. And I'm going to summarize some thoughts from the book. Now, I'm not actually as remote from the longevity field as you might think, because long after the structure of the ribosome was solved, the field has moved on to initiation and regulation of translation. And these are processes which are central to aging. For example, the target of the TOR pathway or the integrated stress response directly have to do with things that we study in our lab. But we don't study aging per se. And I have I came to the book with no bias or no vested interest. And part of my motivation was the extraordinary amount of hype in the aging field. And I thought it'd be good for somebody with no particular skin in the game, but close enough to the field to write about it. So I'm going to talk about a few issues, and some of the people in the community may feel like this is a bit like being forced to take a cold shower, but actually, you know, there'll be other speakers here who will warm you up and give you fluffy, warm towels, so it'll be okay. So anyway, here we go. So the first question is aging programmed? And that is a big source of confusion because most molecular biologists, including me, don't actually think about evolution. And the fact is, if you talk to evolutionary biologists, there's almost universal agreement that aging is not programmed. So then how do you explain that species have such different lifespans? You can have an insect that lives for a day, and you have other species that live for several hundred years. I like to joke that there's a Galapagos tortoise walking around now that might have encountered Darwin one day, you know, when he was alive. So how do you explain that? Well, take a look at this graph. In most classes of animals, including mammals, longevity is roughly correlated with size. It's actually more correlated with metabolism, but because metabolism is highly correlated with size, you get this graph. And you know, you can see we're outliers. We actually do much better than would be expected for our size. So why is this? Well, it turns out that evolution doesn't actually care how long you live. It selects for genes, and genes are basically a survival process. The selection is a survival process. So it selects for the likelihood that you will pass on offspring efficiently. And any traits that help you do that will be selected for, and others will be selected against. And so you can see how, and if an animal has limited resources, and through most of our own history we had limited resources, you have a choice. Do you put them into maintenance and repair and maintain a long lifespan, or do you put those same resources into rapid growth and maturation and production of offspring? Now, in the case of a mouse, there's no point in selecting for traits that give you lots of maintenance and repair, because long before that, the mouse will be killed off by a predator or die of starvation. And so in the case of the mouse, the species has evolved so that it grows very rapidly and reproduces rapidly, and it doesn't have a very long lifespan. So the upshot is evolution will select for traits that are advantageous in early life, even if they're detrimental in old age, because it doesn't care what happens to you after you've passed on your genes. And this has some interesting things. For example, the IGF-1 pathway, many of the caloric restriction pathways, they're essential for growth and maturation, but yet they cause us problems later in life. Loss of telomerase in somatic cells is almost certainly a cancer prevention mechanism, and yet it causes us problems in old age. And of course, there's animals which appear not to age at all. These are sort of called biologically immortal, but actually they do age, only more slowly. And the reason they age slowly is they're filled with stem cells that regenerate tissue throughout their body, and so they don't have the problem of degeneration. Now, so if aging is not programmed, what do we mean? We have genes that can affect aging and so on. Well, the point is, it's different from development. In development, genes are actually selected for a specific purpose. In aging, genes are selected for something else, like growth, like maturation, like prevention of early cancer. And aging is an unintended consequence. It's not selected against. That's the main thing. So it may have the illusion of being programmed, but it isn't actually programmed in the sense, early mortality or premature, short lifespan is not what is being selected for. Now, can we exceed our natural lifespan? Well, there's no physical or chemical law that says we can't exceed our natural lifespan. Of course, we may end up being very different kinds of animals if we do all of the things that are required to extend our lifespan. And you know, Jay Olshansky has a very funny cartoon of all the things you'd have to change in a human body to get it to live for a very long time. Now, the reality is, given this way our species has evolved, we do have a natural lifespan, even though theoretically it may be possible to exceed it, but theoretically it's also possible to settle other galaxies and colonize Mars and so on. Okay, so what is the natural limit? Well, this person is a record holder. By record holder, I mean for which there are reasonably accurate records. Jeanne Calment died at the age of 122 in 1997. You can see, as from this picture, she had a cigarette and a glass of port every day after lunch, well into her hundreds. It's not something any of us would recommend as a recipe for longevity. But she also had 2.5 pounds, a kilo of chocolate a week, which I could get behind. Now, nobody else has lived past 120, even in the 30 years that have elapsed since Jeanne Calment died. And the fact is, the number of centenarians has been growing steadily over the last few decades. But Tom Pearls told me, who runs the New England Centenarian Study, told me that the number of people living past 110 is actually not growing much or at all. And this suggests that beyond 110 or so, we're hitting some natural limit of our species. Now, another issue is defining aging. I was at the symposium in Milan yesterday and the day before, and of course, there are many definitions at that conference alone. And the definition that I like, perhaps because I'm a molecular biologist, is that it's the accumulation of changes and damage that leads to increased dysfunction or loss of function over time. And notice I say changes and damage. It's not just all damage. Some of it is like DNA methylation, for example. You wouldn't call it a damage, but it is a kind of change that may lead to aging. And perhaps the best way to leave that is to say, okay, we can't precisely define it, but I know it when I see it, which was Justice Potter Stewart's comment on whether how to define obscenity. So then we come to hallmarks of aging. Now, if you look at the field, almost everybody in the field relies on this idea of hallmarks of aging. They want some kind of processes to say, okay, these are involved in aging. Now, this is a very influential paper published in 2013. And it's the same authors published a follow-up paper 10 years later in 2023. The number of hallmarks has expanded from 9 to 13. In fact, their title says an expanding universe. Notice they cover almost everything from DNA damage to telomeres, to chromosome stability and methylation, protein production, nutrient sensing pathways like TOR and IGF-1, mitochondria, cellular senescence. Now, these pathways, first of all, are not independent. They're highly interconnected. And secondly, they encompass almost all of biology. So no wonder I was in a field adjacent to aging. I could have been working on anything, and it would be adjacent to aging. So the question is, are these hallmarks useful? Well, the original hallmarks, I strongly suspect, were written because there was a very influential paper called Hallmarks of Cancer, published by Hanahan and Bob Weinberg. And it was published first in 2000, and there was a revised version in 2011, also in Cell. And this was hugely influential in the cancer field. But of course, cancer is a defined disease. There are diagnostics for cancer. You can say this person has pancreatic cancer, this person doesn't. So it's very different from aging, which is a multifactorial disease and is a continuum. And as I say, aging may also be related to almost all cellular processes. Nevertheless, I can see from the community that it is a useful framework, and people often work on one or the other of these hallmarks. Now, why are we all here? We've heard lots of talks about this, including the introduction, so I'm not going to belabor the point. The fact is, the combination of increased longevity and lower fertility means an aging population. This is creating a real problem for societies. And you've seen variations of this. This is in the UK, and this is before including the loss of fertility in the statistics. You can see in 1966, far more young people, very, very few old people, and in 2066 it's projected to be much fatter at the top. In Italy, it's actually almost an inverted pyramid. It's actually starts narrow and widens until it's about 50, and these people are all going to get older. So you can see there's a serious issue. And this huge explosion, this social issue has resulted in a huge explosion in longevity research. And it's led to both real advances and quite a lot of dubious claims, I have to say. And there have been some of the advances. There are more than 300,000 papers in the last 10 years. So if I applied my field as a criterion, you can assume that at least a few thousand of these papers are actually true. And and they're not published in just the three major journals. There's a whole proliferation of journals devoted exclusively to aging or longevity. Now, of course, along with that, there's a huge number of startups. There's 700 startups with many billions invested. I'm afraid I couldn't fit 700 companies here, so if your company is not on this slide, my apologies. But anyway, what this is doing also is the amount of money in the field, a lot of it from private actors, many from tech billionaires, has the ability to distort priorities in the field. And so we need to be careful about that. And of course, this is provided to me by Tom Check, who's written a very nice book on RNA, a popular book called The Catalyst. And of course, you can lengthen your telomeres. If you go to Amazon.com, there's lots of things you can buy to lengthen your telomeres. No FDA approval is required for food supplements. There are no clinical trials. Many of these things apply to many other things recommended for longevity. Now, another question is aging a disease? Okay, longevity researchers would love to treat aging as a disease. And the reason is that it's much easier to do clinical trials if you have a disease target, and you can get approval and so on. And but of course, the WHO and most of the time, mostly the FDA, has not agreed that aging is a disease. Now, I'll give you both views. The view that it's a disease is based on the idea that if you look at the diseases of old age, I mean, the four major ones are heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and dementia. All of those are very, very highly correlated with age. In fact, age can be thought of as a major risk factor for these diseases. And so the view is that, well, maybe aging is the disease and the underlying disease, and these things are manifestations of aging. But the reality is, young people get cancer, young people can also get diabetes, you can have early dementia. So, it's not entirely analogous. And unlike a disease, aging is both ubiquitous and inevitable. And I feel that maybe the longevity research community should stop thinking of aging as a disease, but think of it as a process. You don't like the process, you want to do something about it. There are ways that you ought to be able to do to develop therapies or interventions without calling it a disease, where you have a diagnostic, you have this disease, you don't. Okay, now speaking of therapies, there is a much higher bar for anti-aging therapeutics. Now, if you're a cancer patient, somebody tells you have 6 months to live, you will be willing to take a horrible cocktail of cytotoxic drugs, radiation therapy, nasty surgery. You'll do all that because the alternative is that you're going to die in 6 months. Now, with aging, it's different. You're asking somebody to take a pill for 10 or 20 years on the promise that at the end they'll live another 10 years of a healthy life. And so the bar is higher. The bar for safety, for side effects, for efficacy is much higher for anti-aging therapeutics. Then there's the difficulty of clinical trials. Now, if you did the conventional clinical trial, you would use mortality. That's the only real test, is it working or not? that's going to be not very financially possible. You know, you have to wait 20 years or 30 years for a clinical trial. And of course, as business people have often said, you can't improve what you can't measure. And so there is a need for agreement. They need to have proper criteria for biological clocks or markers of aging. And there's quite a lot of disagreement. People tend to like their own clock. The methylation people, DNA methylation people like their clock. The protein glycosylation people like theirs. And the proteomics people like theirs. So what you have to do is really what the community needs to do is come together and agree on a panel and say, okay, these are all the criteria that we're going to use. Each criterion will measure something that's slightly different. At the Milan, we heard how a telomere clock doesn't actually correlate very well with the epigenetic, the DNA methylation clock. And so we have to come to some agreement on this. And finally, I want to say, even by their own criteria, by the criteria of these markers, biological age is not a single number. Within a person, different organs have different ages. So the idea that, oh, you can take this test and this is your biological age doesn't seem like it makes much sense to me, okay? So what are some promising approaches? I've talked about a number of these issues. Well, there are many promising approaches. I'll tell you the ones that I particularly think are promising. Among them are drugs that mimic caloric restriction, because it's been shown that if you take animals from, whether they're worms, flies, or mice, or even monkeys, you can calorically restrict them, and the calorically restricted monkeys will be healthier and resemble younger animals. Now, one caveat, Leonard Hayflick, a father of this field, who first showed the business of cellular senescence, pointed out that the control animals were all animals that were fed an extraordinarily rich all-you-can-eat diet. This would be like comparing a guy who's at some Midwestern buffet, gorging himself, with somebody from, say, Northern California who's on this vegan diet, okay? And they're not comparable. And so the question is it restricting calories, or is it just, having an all-you-can-eat diet that's bad for you? It doesn't matter. What matters is the number of calories you consume does seem to matter, okay, whatever the relative comparison is. And many of the drugs that affect various caloric restriction pathways mimic some of the effects of caloric restriction in the sense of producing effects on older animals that mimic the effect of caloric restriction. And my book doesn't talk about GLP-1 agonists, but that's the latest in this class. Now, I should point out, all of these have some problems, okay? For example, rapamycin is an immunosuppressive drug. It's given for organ transplant recipients. GLP-1 agonists, like the others, cause muscle loss, and frailty is a real problem as we age. And so the question is, how useful are they going to be? They may reduce markers of aging. How useful are they going to be when taken in healthy people over a prolonged period? If I were a graft recipient, of course I would take rapamycin, whatever dose doctors would recommend. So this sort of thing requires careful clinical trials, and that needs to happen before I think they're ready for prime time. But it hasn't stopped, many people in the longevity field taking them anyway. Now, targeting senescent cells, the senescent cells serve an important purpose. For example, when cells get damaged or stressed, they can go into a pathway that triggers senescence, which is a state when they can no longer divide, they're no longer properly functional, secrete inflammatory compounds. But as we get older, the number of senescent cells we accumulate becomes larger, our ability to clear them declines, and we get systemic inflammation, which causes organ damage and creates more senescent cells. And so targeting senescent cells for destruction has been another useful avenue. The question is, can we do this safely? Can we do, you can't kill off all senescent cells, but can we kill them off in sufficient numbers so that it's safe and it doesn't have side effects, it doesn't kill healthy cells, etc. Now, some years ago, I think a couple of decades ago, it's actually a much older experiment. A couple of decades ago, scientists at Stanford showed that if you connected an old animal with a young animal, the young animal suffered from the old blood, and the old animal benefited from the young blood during this transfusion. And this resulted in a number of companies, typically in California, I should add, sprouting up to extract blood from young donors and selling them at a huge markup to billionaires who wanted transfusions. And of course, one of the tech billionaires decided to start his own company, as it were. He got transfusions from his son. This is Brian Johnson in the middle. Got transfusions from his son on the right, and then gave blood to his father on the left. And now this is a guy who spends $2 million a year on longevity, on his own longevity. He considers himself a sort of N=1 pioneer of longevity experiments. And, but even he decided that it wasn't actually doing much, and I think he stopped doing the transplants. But it doesn't mean that this can't be a subject for research, because we do know factors in blood change, and maybe some of the factors are detrimental in old age. We need to identify them, see what they do, what is their biology, and can we use them for intervention, either by inhibiting them or doing something else. Another one is metabolite loss and supplementation, and the idea is that as we get older, our ability to make important metabolites declines, and maybe these can be restored by supplementation of micronutrients. And one of the fathers of this field was Bruce Ames, who's very famous for the Ames test. Many of you who work on biology of cancer know that the Ames test is what everybody uses for test of carcinogenesis for new compounds. Well, later in life, he became interested, not surprisingly, in longevity. And he started working on things that might improve mitochondrial health in old age, and came up with this idea of acetylcarnitine and lipoic acid, which, by the way, I've noticed has found its way into all these vitamins which are sold for older people. If you look like over 70s vitamins, you'll find that it's got acetylcarnitine and lipoic acid. So somebody there is reading the literature in these companies. And Ames himself died last year at the age of 96, so something clearly worked for him. So anyway, he didn't stop with those two compounds. He kept trying various other things. And 20 years later, he published a big list, and the list kept expanding. So now, a large number of micronutrients or vitamins are part of his list, okay? So it almost seems like almost everything you make might be useful, because our ability to make them decline. And of course, the big rage in the longevity field are these NAD precursors. Now, NAD can't be consumed by itself for various reasons, absorption and stability and so on. But two precursors of NAD, NMN and NR, are well tolerated, can be absorbed and used to make NAD in the cell. And they can restore your NAD levels to sort of levels that you had when you were younger. And animals, they've shown to slow down the loss of stem cells or muscle degeneration, but interestingly, not lifespan. And it's widely marketed. And when I wrote the book, which was two or 3 years ago, it was $300 million a year. It's expected to be over $1 billion a year by 2028, but I bet it's going to exceed that even faster. And finally, we come to an exciting area, which is going to be the subject of at least two subsequent talks, one by the person who really founded this field. And that is, as we grow from a single cell to a final animal, our cells differentiate and finally differentiate into the final tissues. And the cells that are responsible for making these are called stem cells. You'll hear a lot more about them. I'm only going to say that normally this process is one way. And the question is, can we make it go backwards the other way? And that could be a very promising approach to aging, but of course, there are all sorts of issues of long-term safety, of delivery, of dosage, all of those things which the community has to address, and you'll hear more about them later. Now, the whole field, and we've heard many introductory talks say, it's not about living longer, it's about living healthier, improving health span. And this idea comes from a 1980 paper by James Fries called Aging, Natural Death, and the Compression of Morbidity. That's the term, compression of morbidity, that he applied, and it's been used in the field. And what he meant was the years of, what he wanted to compress is the years of unhealthy life. He wants to compress that to as short a life as possible. And I heard Rick Klausner at the opening of Altos Labs in Cambridge say they were not interested in extending lifespan either. The goal is to die young after a long time. And of course, I thought even at the time, if you're young, why would you suddenly die? You know, everything's working fine, you know, you're going to collapse suddenly. Well, the point is, even James Fries, when he wrote the paper, said that the idea was a little bit like the one-horse open shay. Now, a shay is a one-horse carriage, which was popular in the 19th century. And the idea was that there was this wonderful one-horse shay, which Oliver Wendell Holmes describes, which was constructed so perfectly that all its parts wore out at exactly the same rate. And so the farmer was riding along happily, the shay was working fine, and 1 second later, he found himself on the ground, surrounded by a heap of debris, because the entire shay had suddenly disintegrated. And that's what we're asking. You know, you live healthily, and then suddenly go into rapid decline with this compression of morbidity. And let me point out that so in the UK, if you look over the last many decades, there's been no, lifespan has increased, but so has health span, but not, sometimes not even keeping up. So that the fraction of our lives that we spend on unhealthy has not actually gone up, okay? And we heard about this before. So I mentioned in the UK, the number of years spent with 4 or more morbidities has actually increased as a fraction of our lives. And the same is true about the UN World Report. I think somebody showed that in one of the introductory talks. And so the question is, we're spending more years and possibly a greater fraction of our lives in poor health. And so the question is compression of morbidity even possible? Well, there is one interesting finding, and that is studies on supercentenarians shows that they live extraordinarily healthy lives. Many of them have never seen a doctor until they were over 100. And then suddenly they go into rapid decline and die. Supercentenarians are people who live 110. There are not very many of them. Now the question is whether this can be, they have some general information for the rest of the population. There are 1 or 2 genes that seem to show up above signal, but you know, really, most of them have different combinations of genes. And the fact is, you know, a Danish study showed that lifespan is only about 25% heritable. And so the reality is they've had a combination of life history and pure luck, as well as some genetic heritage that has allowed them to live this long. It may not be translatable necessarily to the general population, and we may be looking at survivor bias. You know, there was an article in a research article just last year suggesting just that. Now, but the question is, can health span be improved? Well, here is the situation in the UK. You can see that you have this is only years above 65, okay? No, this is not from birth. This is a number of years above 65. How much of it do you spend in good health, and how much of do you spend in bad health? Bad health is at the top. And what you notice is in Sweden, they've managed to have a much shorter period of bad health, even though the overall longevity is about the same. The lifespan is about the same. More of it is spent in good health. And I should point out, look at the number for women, which is shown in the reddish or pinkish color. Women, at least in Sweden, have at least as good, or if not better, health span than men do. And this was all done by reducing socioeconomic inequalities and improving population health. There was no sort of longevity therapeutics involved. And so the question is, you know, can other countries do things like that to improve health span? And I think, yes, probably there are a lot of social and public health interventions that we could do to improve health span. But in terms of improving aging itself, if you tackle aging itself, it is not at all clear. There's no evidence that improvement in aging will also not extend improvement in lifespan itself, with the result that the morbidity period will not actually decline with time. And so that is going to be an issue. And one caveat about health span is mortality is very easy to define. It's when a person dies, but it's not so easy to define in terms of morbidity. For example, what does 3 or 4 comorbidities mean? I've got comorbidities. I'm pre-diabetic, I have high blood pressure, I have high cholesterol, and I'm living fine with them. I bicycle and I go hiking and so on. And so the question is, what we really need to measure is healthy life, and that is much harder to measure than a bunch of tests for various comorbidities, and you should also then think about what these statistics mean. One of the final things I want to talk about is economic disparity. In the UK, which has a National Health Service, the disparity between the top 10% economically and the bottom 10% is about 10 years of life expectancy. And in the US, not surprisingly, it's 15 years. Now, the difference in healthy years is almost double. So instead of 10 years, more like 20, or 15 becomes more like 30. It means the poor are living shorter years and spending more of it in poor health. And by the way, I know some of you are from New York City. The difference between the poorest zip code and the richest zip code in New York City is 35 years in life expectancy. And of course, not all of that is longevity. A lot of it is due to crime, drug, poor medical care, etc. But there is a big longevity component to it also. And the best way to live long, of course, then means is to be rich, okay? But that's not an ideal solution. And so then the final thing is, should we all live longer lives? I mean, what if we make all these aging interventions and, all these things do is delay the time when we have morbidities, and we're just postponing the period when we're going into decline. It's not that we're shortening it. And so, there is a question of intergenerational fairness. As we get older, we accumulate power, influence, and wealth. If we live longer, and because we're rich, we're going to live longer, we're going to pass on that wealth to our children, they're going to live longer, and you're going to get a two-tiered society. And so so you're going to get increased disparity, and so that's going to be an issue. And so unless anti-aging therapeutics is widely available and cheap, then it's going to increase disparity. Now, some therapeutics like statins or blood pressure medication are widely distributed throughout poor and rich countries, but not organ transplants, for example. Those are very expensive. So it depends on what is the therapy you're going to come up with. And then we talked a lot about creativity, but I want to point out we suffer cognitive decline from the age of 20. It is true that we can maintain competence well into old age, and this is because there are two kinds of intelligence. Fluid intelligence, which is the ability to learn new things, to absorb new ideas, to think fast, etc., versus crystallized intelligence, which is the accumulation of knowledge, vocabulary, for example, lasts quite a long time. And so if you look at major advances in almost every field, including literature, oddly enough, people have done some of their best work when they're young. And so we will have an issue. And so the intergenerational fairness, creativity, and the general renewal, new ideas, even social revolutions like racial equality, gender equality, these were mostly driven by young people who were not willing to accept the status quo. So we have to ask, what will a society where you have very slow turnover and people live very long look like? Okay, and do we really want that? And of course, the problem is, if anybody came to you and said, here's a pill that's going to give you 10 years of extra healthy life, it's all been randomized clinically trials, it's FDA approved, etc., most of us would take it, okay? Because we all want to live longer. We don't want to die. That's why I'm taking statins and blood pressure medicines. They're essentially anti-aging therapies. So, but there's a conflict between what's good for society and what's good for the individual. And meanwhile, I should say, the trio of sleep, diet, and exercise, which is very old advice, except now we have some understanding of the molecular biology and cell biology for why they work. That combination, which by the way is also synergistic, each one affects the other, is probably better right now than anything available on the market. And then along with that, there are some very trivial things anyone reaching middle age should do, which is get your blood pressure, cholesterol, and diabetes checked because they're easy to test and easy to treat. And some interesting social experiments have shown that social isolation and having a sense of purpose, social isolation is bad for you, and maintaining a sense of purpose in life is good for you. So being part of the community and having a sense of purpose as you get older is really beneficial to your health and longevity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this inspiring talk. And now we go and I invite Professor Yamanaka, the discoverer of the IPS, to come here and give his lecture. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a truly great honor to be here today. I would like to thank everybody involved, including Vivana. So, thank you very much. Thank you. So as you may know, I am a scientist. But also, I'm a runner. And just a few weeks ago, last month, I was able to break my own record in marathon. So it was 3 hours, 20 minutes. So I was... Thank you very much. The purpose of my presentation today is to show this. So it's almost over. So this is the history of my marathon record since in the last 12 years. And it's getting better and better. And I got even better very recently. So according to this trend, I should be able to break 2 hours in 2060. I will be 98. So longevity is really, really important to me, and of course to all of you. So in order to achieve longevity, I have been working on this technology, iPS cells, induced pluripotent stem cells. iPS cells are nearly indistinguishable from embryonic stem cells, ES cells. But you don't have to use human embryos. We can make iPS cells from each of you, from your blood cells or skin cells. All we need is a transfer, administration of these 4 factors shown in the upper portion of this slide, 4 genes. By administrating these 4 genes altogether, we can reprogram our cells, somatic cells, blood cells, back into the embryonic state, and that's why we can generate iPS cells. So we reported mouse iPS cells in 2006, almost 20 years ago, and human iPS cells in 2007. iPS cells have the 2 important same two properties as ES cells, shown here. First of all, we can expand iPS cells as much as we want. Then we can convert iPS cells into virtually all types of cells that exist in our body, like brain cells, beating heart cells, liver cells, and so on. So because we can generate a huge amount of human cells from each of you, we are hoping that we can utilize these cells in achieving longevity, in overcoming diseases. Like today, I have many opportunities to talk about iPS cells, but actually, I did not make iPS cells by myself. iPS cells were generated by many members of my laboratories, especially these three young members of my lab, Yoshimi, Kazu, and Tomoko. They were all in their 20s, so without them, we could have never generated iPS cells in my laboratories. So I owe them a lot. After generating human iPS cells, our university, Kyoto University, decided to start a new institute. That is Center for iPS Cell Research and Application. We call it CIRA. We have a common purpose vision. It is to bring this technology, iPS cells, to patients. There are two major medical applications of this technology, shown here. So once again, we can generate iPS cells from each patient, and we can expand iPS cells as much as we want. Then we can make brain cells, heart cells. By transplanting those brain or heart cells suffering from brain disease or heart diseases, we should be able to recover the function of those patients. This approach is called regenerative medicine. The other application is to use those cells in university or in pharmaceutical companies to understand diseases and also to search for drugs for each disease. This approach is called drug development. So let me talk about regenerative medicine. In multiple companies, clinical trials are already ongoing using iPS cells. In Japan, in our country, more than 10 clinical trials are ongoing, like Parkinson's disease, macular degeneration, and so on. So these are all phase 1 or phase 2 clinical trial, very early, small-scale clinical trial. So the primary purpose is to confirm safety. And I'm happy to report that so far we have not heard any severe side effects from these multiple clinical trials. Clinical trials are ongoing also in other countries, including US, Europe, China, and I haven't heard any severe side effects, including tumorigenicity, tumor formation. So I'm now more and more confident that this technology is safe. Regenerative medicine using iPS cells is safe. And also, we have heard that already some sign of efficacy from these early stage of clinical trials. For example, my colleague, Jun Takahashi, actually, he is now the director of CIRA after myself. He's been working on Parkinson's disease, which is caused by the loss of function of dopaminergic neurons. Jun can generate functional dopaminergic neurons from iPS cells, and they have already conducted clinical trial on 7 patients They injected dopaminergic neurons from iPS cells into 7 patients. They are now, I heard their paper has been accepted by Nature, so you will know the outcome of this clinical trial very soon. I heard the outcome is very promising. The other promising application is blood generation from iPS cells. In this case, Koji Eto, another colleague of mine, they have been generating functional platelets from iPS cells. This approach is extremely important in countries like Italy or Japan. We are all graying societies, so we are having more and more elderly people who need blood donation, who need blood transplantation, but we are having fewer and fewer younger generation who can donate their blood. So in 5 or 10 years, we are going to short on blood donation. It's going to be a huge problem. So making blood cells like platelets from iPS cells is a very important alternative to blood donation. Another important application of iPS cell-based cell therapy is cancer treatment. Many scientists, like my colleague Shin Kaneko and many other scientists in Japan, in US, in Europe, they have been working on this approach. They are generating functional immune cells attacking cancer cells so that we can produce alternative new treatment to patients suffering from advanced stage of cancers. So this is not by my colleague, but by my collaborator, Professor Koji Nishida of Osaka University, who has been working on cornea diseases. So now they can generate this kind of transparent cornea sheet from iPS cells. And they have conducted clinical trial in which they transplanted these iPS cell-derived cornea sheet into patients suffering from cornea diseases. This clinical application was really remarkable because patients received these new cornea cells. Actually, they can see much, much better right after the surgery. So not only safety, but also efficacy has been proven in this clinical trial. Very recently, another collaborator of mine, a group in Keio University, they reported very promising outcome of their clinical trial for patients suffering from spinal cord injury, subacute spinal cord injury. They transplanted neural stem cells from iPS cells into patients suffering from subacute spinal cord injury. It's a complete injury, so patients cannot move at all. They performed this transplantation on 4 patients, and 2 out of 4 patients, they observed remarkable recovery in 2 out of 4 patients. So I would say this approach is also very, very promising. So I don't have time to explain all of ongoing clinical trials, but I would say all of them so far are very promising. So let me move on to the second medical application of iPS cells, which is drug development. So I will give you only just one example, which is ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. This is a very tragic disease caused by progressive motor neuron death. So in early stages, patients feel some muscle weakness in their fingers, and also when they speaking, they feel something is going wrong. But in 1 or 2 years, they show difficulty in speaking and also swallowing, and in 2 or 3 years, they cannot breathe by their own. So it's a very, very tragic disease. But they can still think, they can still sense, so that makes this disease even more tragic for patients and also for their family members. So far, we don't have any effective drugs for these patients. We do have some promising drugs for mouse model of ALS, but unfortunately, all of those candidates turned out to be not effective in human patients. So we have to use human models, not mouse models. Now, with iPSC technologies, we can have a very good human model. So many scientists in the world, including my colleague Haruhisa Inoue, they have been generating iPS cells from ALS patients. Then they differentiate iPS cells into motor neurons. They found as soon as they generate motor neurons from ALS patients, those motor neurons start to die. In great contrast, motor neurons from healthy iPS cells do not die. That means we can recapitulate motor neuron death in Petri dishes. Because iPS cells, we can expand iPS cells as much as we want, we can prepare thousands of Petri dishes containing patient-derived motor neurons. That means we can test thousands of drug candidates in one time. That's exactly what Haruhisa did, and he identified one existing drug, bosutinib, is effective in preventing motor neuron death in iPS cell-derived motor neurons. So because this drug, bosutinib, has been used in patients, in clinics already, this is a drug for leukemia. So we have many data already. Because of this, he was able to move to a clinical trial very quickly, within a few years. And he did a phase 1 clinical trial on 9 patients, and he found 5 out of 9 patients responded very well to bosutinib. Actually, by bosutinib, their progression of their disease has stopped. Whereas the remaining 4 patients, he did not observe any responsiveness. So it's not in all patients, but at least 5 out of 9 patients, this drug turned out to be effective. And also what is very important is that we may be able to predict which patient is a responder and which patient is not a responder by measuring blood level of neurofilament L. So as you can see here, these 5 patients showed lower neurofilament L level in their plasma. So we may be able to predict which patient will respond in advance. So they are now conducting a much bigger phase 2 clinical trial. So it's been almost 20 years since our report of mouse and human iPS cells. In the last decade, we observed very rapid progresses in iPS cell technology. Originally, we generated 2-dimensional cells, like dopaminergic neurons, heart cells, from iPS cells. But now, many scientists are producing 3-dimensional tissue known as organoid, or even some scientists are trying to generate organ from human iPS cells. And furthermore, some scientists may be able to generate new organism, new life from human iPS cells. For example, this is an example of organoid research by my colleague Kenji Osafune. He is a kidney doctor, and there is a very important kidney disease known as autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease, ADPKD. In this disease, in these patients, the kidney will form this kind of multiple cysts in their kidney, which result in kidney failure. So it's a huge problem. And Kenji has been generating iPS cells from these patients as well as control patients, and he generated three-dimensional kind of mini kidney organoids from iPS cells. And as you can see here, he was able to recapitulate cystic formation in iPS cell-derived kidney organoid. So once again, they can generate this kind of organoids, many of these organoids. That means he can test many different drug candidates simultaneously. And indeed, he was able to identify one very good candidate for these patients, and he has started clinical trial. So this is an example of organoid research. Scientists are now making brain organoid, heart, cardiac organoid, liver organoid, and so on. Some scientists, actually, this is my friend, actually he's my kind of hero, Hiromitsu Nakauchi. He has been trying to generate human organs by using human iPS cells. It is still very difficult to generate human organs in vitro. So instead, he's been using large animals like pigs. So they have generated like pigs in which one gene essential for like kidney formation or pancreatic formation has been deleted. So these animals cannot survive because these pigs cannot form kidney or pancreas. But by transplanting human iPS cells into the embryos, into their blastocysts, they showed they can actually rescue these animals. And in these animals, at least in theory, they have pancreas or kidney derived from human iPS cells. They have not succeeded in this human-pig combination, but they have succeeded in like mouse and rat combination. They have successfully generated like mouse kidney in rat and vice versa. So this is not a scientific fiction anymore. Another progress here is, this is also my friend in Kyoto University. He has successfully generated functional sperm and oocyte from mouse iPS cells. And they were able to fertilize those sperm and oocyte from mouse iPS cells. And they are now working on monkey iPS cells. So in the very near future, they may be able to do the same from human iPS cells. So now I have a huge kind of dilemma. I started iPS cell work in order to overcome one one ethical hurdle, which is the destruction of embryos when making human ES cells. And I was able to, we were able to overcome this ethical hurdle by making iPS cells. We are happy in the beginning, but now we realized by making iPS cells, we have started new ethical issues, like making human organs in pigs, or making sperm or eggs from our blood or skins. It's, at least in theory, it's possible. So we started this work trying to overcome one ethical issue, but ended up starting new ethical issues. So it's a very, very kind of difficult situation. So there is no simple answer, but discussion is very important. So when I was the director of CIDR, we decided to bring this group of people who are bioethicists in our institute. So in the same building, we have scientists working on iPS cells, but we also have a group of bioethicists talking to us, scientists, every day in the same building, how much we should do, how much progresses we can make. So once again, there is no clear answer, at least in myself, but this kind of discussion, transparent discussion, is very important. So with this, I would like to finish my talk. I thank you again for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yamanaka, for your inspiring talk, and also for this part of the ethical issues that is coming. So now we move to the last part of this meeting, and Professor Neil Barzilaya, pioneer in aging and longevity research, is going to moderate and introduce this last part. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Such a great day. Now, Vivana, you didn't hear the opening remarks, and that Vivana is here. I actually think she's here. Vivana was introduced to me by Sami Segol, who sits here, in, I think, 2022. And she organized the meeting of the Academy of the people who do aging research, in which I'm the president. Can I have the next slide, or do I do it myself? What is it? And then I realized that what I called her since then is Principessa, okay? She was just, you know, she was princess, she's magician. But I'm telling you that because she sat in the symposium and said, just a minute, there's a cellular aging and you think you can fix it. So let's do longevity from cells to cities. And in Viviana's way, in a few years, she all of a sudden made Milano the first longevity city, and then Lugano. And now it's going from cells to countries, right? It's the Vatican, and who knows what else. So thank you for the family. Thank you for Viviana. Her spirit is definitely here. Now, Viviana also knew, and she gave me this task, although I have a presentation that is cut in half, I'm just going to use it in order to provoke and rebuttal a little bit what we heard here, and give examples. And so we heard two things. First of all, you said, I'm going to put cold water and I want you to watch it, right? And by the way, I totally agree with you. And as the Academy president, we have to watch it. But I'll give you some new ammunition in 2 slides at the end, and that's all I showed. And then we heard Professor Yamanaka, who, for us, have just shown this idea that you can take cells and make them younger, so why don't we do it in the whole body?
Of course, we heard about diseases, and we're probably far from doing it in whole body, and there's this ethical issue, but this is the promise. So I want to start, first of all, because if people feel that we got a cold shower, I just want to bring people up to speed and tell you about this very famous Rome story. These 100-year-olds that go to Generali, that's the life insurance, Generali, and he wants life insurance. He's 100 years old, and the clerk says, no, we don't give life insurance to 100 years old. And he said, that's not true, because my mother is 120 years old, and she's insured here. So they think better, they go to the boss, and they come to the old gentleman and said, would love to give you life insurance. What a marketing idea. And you come on Tuesday, and you'll have all the paper, and you sign the paper, and you'll get life insurance. And the old gentleman says, I'm sorry, but I'm busy on Tuesday. Old man, what do you have on Tuesday? He said, on Tuesday, my grandfather is getting married. He said, how old is your grandfather? He says, 150. He said, 150 and wants to get married? He said, no, he doesn't want to, but his parents puts lots of pressure on him. So this is kind of the life we're thinking of. And of course, you know, let's say that we can make you 150. Do you really want your parents to tell you what to do? And other ethical issue about that. But we have to be very imaginary when we talk about life expectancy. And we already heard that the Old Testament is obsessed with longevity. Okay, there are hundreds of names and their age of death. So it's appropriate to bring it up in the Vatican. And I certainly, one of my research is on centenarians. Those are 4 kids from the same family that were born between 1910 and 1920 in New York City, and all past the age of 102. 110. She was 102. The little sister died. They were shocked. But she was 110, 107, 109. So you see here both the genetic of exceptional longevity and the fact that this is possible. And I'm not going today to tell you about those longevity genes and actually treatment that we already have based on longevity genes that we found in centenarians. But to make a very important point, because the question is, did they become sick when everybody start getting sick after the age of 60? And they're sick for longer? Or is their health span and lifespan, does it go together? And I think you mentioned that. And we here collaborate with Tom Perls, who you mentioned also, and we kind of harmonized the data. And what you see here is that everybody is healthy, but our control group are starting to get sick at age 60, and at age 80, maybe 10% don't have any of those diseases, while centenarians are healthy 20, 30 years later. So it's not only longevity, it's health span. It's health span. But it's not only health span, that's not what's the important thing about it. It was the compression of morbidity. Okay, 30% of our centenarians didn't have any disease, didn't take any drug, and some of them just didn't wake up this morning. So this idea that we have people, it's within our capacity to live healthier much longer and to have contraction of morbidity is true. And not only it's true, the CDC have looked since 1993 at the medical cost in the last 2 years of life of somebody who dies after the age of 100, and you see it's third than those who dies in their 70s. So we started talking about longevity dividend. What is it to be healthy and to have contraction of morbidity? And last year, a couple of years ago, came Andrew Scott, who's professor of economy from London Business School. And he said, guys, you don't know what you're talking about, because, listen, you said the medical cost there's less medical costs, but what does it mean? It means that those guys are not in the hospital now. So what are they doing? They're traveling, they're shopping, they're building houses to their kids. So there's a value, there's an economical value of being healthy. And this is an economical plan. We cannot afford not to do it. And I think now politicians are also interested in extending the health span, which we're sure, and we have examples that we can do that. I'm going to skip that for a second and make the next point. So, of course, there's a biology of aging. We know who's young and who's old. But I think the point I want to make is that if you look at your friends, everybody here looks so young. But if you look at your friends, you know, some of them are slow agers and some are fast agers. There's really biological and chronological age. And that's actually the major reason we came to this field, is because if we could understand that, maybe it's going to be relevant. And that's part of why we are there. That's why I'm doing centenarian study, among other things. But I think the more important part is that we think that this biology of aging, right, we saw hallmarks and other things, but that this biology of aging drives diseases. People think you get disease and you get old. No, but it's this biology of aging that drives disease. You can be born homozygous for genes of Alzheimer's, ApoE4, where it means that maybe you'll get Alzheimer when you're 60 or 70 and you die when you're 80. But when you're born, you're not demented, and when you're 1 year or 10 years or 50 years, you're not demented. It has to have the biology of aging to get there. And it's important to know, because all our strategy, as you well talked about, is prevention. Okay? It's prevention. If we could target the biology of aging in order to prevent diseases, we would do it, and they're example for that. And as you know, aging has been targeted, and we know that we can extend health span and lifespan. I'll go to the hallmarks some other time. And so those are the few things I wanted to mention now. And I think what we're doing now is we'll go to several examples. As I said at the end, I want to end in optimistic note and show you actually real data that came in the last few years that says we can extend health span and decrease mortality right now with FDA-approved drugs. Thank you very much. And who's presenting the next speaker? Oh, so is that? I have papers I can read here. Okay. So Juan Carlos, please, Dr. Belmonte, please come and. Juan Carlos is in our academy, has been, and you have a little bit more on his CV, but he's trying to really restore cells to healthy ways and to show us how we can actually maybe slow aging, really, really terrific. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My first words are of gratitude to the organizers, but especially to Vivana. I feel she's the heart and soul of this meeting here today, as well as what happened in Milano last week and what will happen in the next few days. Thank you very much. So my first slide is just to illustrate the importance of basic research. And the first two talks by Venki and Sinya are really a highlight of how basic science can change medicine. Today, the most common understanding of how diseases are treated is by using traditional drugs. But we have heard how IPS through cell therapy could have and is having an enormous potential to treat a huge variety of diseases. At the same time, our increased knowledge in genomes, how proteins are made, could be very relevant to treat disease and gene function. And let me just put one example. In this case, very relevant to our meeting today, this mutation, a mutation in the lamin A protein, which is the major protein in the nuclear envelope, leads to this phenotype, an accelerating aging phenotype. Now, thanks to different technologies in the last few years, we have been able to show that in mice, a very similar mutation can be corrected, and a mouse that looks very different than the mutated mouse can live longer and can have a healthier life. So if I were to stop my talk right now here, we will say, well, we can fix aging. And that's far from reality. Why? Because in here we know the cause of this phenotype. It's this particular mutation in the lamin A gene that gives rise to a very different protein, a protein called progerin that is the main player in these phenotypes. But by and large, we don't know what aging is. So it's very difficult that we can treat aging. What we know is that aging is the major risk factor for any disease. You can see here in this graphic how of all the diseases, they correlate with aging, and this correlation increases as we age. So what we're trying in the field of aging, which, by the way, I came to this field not that I am working on aging per se, but thanks to the work of Sinya that you will see in a moment about embryonic development and start studying cell fate. So we need to come to definitions. What is aging? And let's start at the cell level. Aging is a state of fragility, of loss of resilience, or as we call it, loss of buffer capacity. And as you can see on the right part of the screen, as time passes, fragility, resilience, fragility increase, resilience decrease. And when the stress goes after a certain threshold, the disease appears. And the tenet that I would like to discuss here today is whether we can increase the cross at the time in that graphic where disease and stress cross, so that we can restore cell health, we can restore this fragility, and therefore in the presence of the stress, disease may take longer to appear. Where is this resilience and where is this buffer capacity reside in the cells? We have seen in a slide by Venki the hallmarks of aging, and as he indicated, this is mostly all the processes that take place in the cell. But I would like to highlight one important component of our cells, which is the state of the chromatin. And this is a very simplistic drawing. You can see the chromatin in two compositions, a closed chromatin and an open chromatin. And perhaps the equilibrium between the open and closed chromatin is at the root of disease and aging. And I will show you a couple of examples to substantiate this hypothesis. It is, especially in the last, I would say, 10 years, and it's just a correlation, that in a young cell, we have an equilibrium between the open and closed chromatin, but in every organism, as the organism ages, there is a shift in this equilibrium, and we see much more open or relaxed chromatin in almost all the cells of the body. If we just go at the molecular level and quickly, we can see that there is specific transcription factors in our cells that determine the cell identity, determine that a hepatocyte is a hepatocyte and not a brain cell, or a cardiomyocyte is a heart cell and not a gut cell. And this is determined early on in development, but for the cell to function during the entire life, this cell identity needs to be maintained. These transcription factors in the young chromatin, they can access their target, but in the old chromatin that is now different, they don't have the same access to their targets. And what happened is that with time, we have now access to other factors like this AP1 transcription factor, that induce inflammation and many other processes that lead to specific phenotypes during aging and disease. So the idea here will be, how can we restore this structured chromatin that we see in a young cell? And for this, the work of Dr. Yamanaka was crucial, not only for what he explained to you today that has led to a new brand of medicine with enormous implications that cell therapies may have for diseases, but the concept that the cell can, the clock of the cell can be turned back. And it is with this concept in mind that we try to repeat his experiment, but in a very slightly different way. We took this progeria mouse that has the mutation and apply a Syngas factor rather than applying them in a continuous manner. We just gave short pulses of these factors. And what we observe is that these mice started to look better, and after a certain time, they could increase their lifespan. If we look now at the chromatin level, among many other things that were restored, the first phenotype that we see in these cells after these short pulses of Syngas factor, it is a recovery of the heterochromatin markers that I was telling you before about the chromatin. This is when we do the experiment in vitro, it just takes a few hours to see these changes that then are subsequently followed by different changes in the cell, like reducing the DNA damage, improving mitochondrial function, etc. But this is the first changes that we see, a restructure and restoration of the chromatin to young levels. Now, to me, this is an example of the hypothesis that I was indicating at the beginning. I told you that we can, by gene technologies, correction technologies, we can fix the mutation that leads to this phenotype. But without fixing the mutation and just altering this equilibrium in the chromatin, we observe an almost identical phenotype. So, in a way, what we're doing here is increasing the resilience, the buffer capacity of this mouse that even in the presence of the same stress, the mutation makes that the mice live longer and stay healthy for a longer time. Now, this experiment, one could say, is just something specific of this mutation. We have now extended this experiment to many other mutations, like, for instance, this one is an OB mice in the leptin gene. These mice are obese, they cannot stop eating, and when we do a short pulses of Syngas factor, even though the animals keep eating because they cannot stop eating, they don't become obese. And the same phenomenon could be seen not in a genetic model, but in an environmental model. What we do here, we just subject the mice to a high-fat diet, And you can see that this will lead to obesity, but in the treated mice, obesity doesn't appear. This could be extended to many other models. I don't have time to go through. Just for curiosity, mention this particular one that I think is quite relevant in understanding this increase of resilience or buffer capacity. This is the case of a toxin, in this case, acetaminophen. High dose of acetaminophen will be toxic for the liver of the mouse, for human as well. And you can see that at a specific dose, 100% of the mice die after approximately 10 days. But if at the same time we give this high dose of the drug, we just do a short pulse of Synges factor, we see that around 50% of the mice now have the resilience, the buffer capacity to cope with that particular stress. We have tested this treatment in many different models and diseases that I don't have time to go through. But the key thing of this slide is that no matter what model, what disease we touch, we see an increase in resilience that ameliorate and improve the disease. This is difficult to believe, I know, because I'm showing you here a treatment that deals with heart disease, with brain disease, with kidney disease, and is very nonspecific, different from what I showed you in the first slide. It's just increasing the resilience of the cell to cope with the stress that leads to the disease and aging. And the concept, again, where we are basing the mechanism of how this takes place is in this restoration of the chromatin to a chromatin status that is looking more to the young cell type. Now, we're trying to deconvolute the mechanism of how this incredible phenomenon happened. And one that I will touch briefly today has to do with this process of reprogramming. In the very early phase of reprogramming, we observe that there is a process that is called mesenchymal epithelial transition. The cells go from this state to this state, mesenchymal to epithelial transition. These Yamanaka factors, they have a huge influence in these mesenchymal-driven genes. And what we have done is to analyze around 40 human diseases, as well as the pathways downregulated or upregulating during aging. Let's go first for the aging pathways. And the highest upregulated pathway during human aging is this epithelial mesenchymal transition. And we know about this epithelial mesenchymal transition in different fields that are correlated with inflammation and fibrosis. There is a very recent review that indicate based on data that the common cause of organ failure, the most common cause of organ failure in humans during aging has to do with fibrosis. And here we are seeing in these short pulses of Yamanaka factors, or even just at the very beginning of the process, this mesenchymal epithelial transition, which is the opposite of what we see during inflammation and fibrosis in aging, as well as in many diseases. As I said, we have analyzed a huge variety of diseases, just a couple of examples. Say, in the liver, we see here different stages of NAS and how we can see an increase in this mesenchymal drift. In this case, the heart, different heart diseases, how do we see an increase in mesenchymal drift? In the lung, or in the kidney, and so on and so forth. So this mesenchymal drift that is observed in aging is also observed in diseases as the key upregulated pathway. Now, if we look now at the very early hours of reprogramming with Signia factor, here in green, what you can see is that cells that have undergone these short pulses of Signia's factor, now they show a decrease in this mesenchymal drift in the AMT processes, as well as in all the TGF-beta related genes. So I didn't show it to you, but short pulses of Yamanaka factors in vivo, they ameliorate organ fibrosis in the kidney, in the heart, in the liver, etc. Now, when we analyze the fibroblasts that surround this disease state, we see that those cells that have undergone these short pulses of Signia factor, now we know that we have different types of fibroblasts, but these cells, they resemble those of an activated fibroblast that we see in a healthy situation in vivo. So the idea here, and we are making great progress into this, is that partially reprogrammed cells, they show a decreased activation of myofibroblast signature. And this process of adding the Signia factor somehow reverse these activated fibroblasts to unactivated fibroblasts in vivo that are going to be able to cope with the fibrosis that is the underlying cause of many diseases. So this is just a summary. I don't want to take time to go through it, but the fibrotic state that we see in many diseases and aging, we could try to break that positive feedback loop, and that could be at the core of the process that we call rejuvenation or increasing cell resilience. Now, what I have told you so far is that we can increase the resistance to disease of animal models in the lab. But to do that in human is a big gap. First thing, as Signia demonstrated subsequently to this initial paper, as well as Manuel Serrano, if these factors are put in vivo in a mouse, cells will de-differentiate, and in some cases will induce teratomas. And that's what we are doing in vivo, putting these factors. It is true that we are controlling the time and the dose of the factors, but the danger that these factors could induce de-differentiation is still there. So if we want to bring this to the clinic, not just work with mice in the lab, this is probably one of the biggest challenges that we need to overcome, and we're working towards that. The idea of using this switch, I didn't mention it at the beginning, of giving pulses to factors. In this case, we use it by using doxycycline, could be also a challenge for the path. And finally, these genes have a specific size, and they don't fit all in one viral vector. So it is challenging as well that one cell in our body is going to get the 2 vectors or the 3 vectors that we need to introduce these factors. Among many things that we're trying to work with, these are key challenges that we have to overcome before bringing this to the clinic. But I'm going to give you one example of what this technology could bring us in the early stages. And this has to do with organ transplant. So in the last few years, doctors and engineers have come up with procedures by which an organ can be put for a couple of days, 3, 4, 5 days. We have even got now a liver human liver for 14 days, 2 weeks, perfuse that liver during that time in this type of machine, and after being used for transplantation. So what we can do now is that instead of working with mice, we can get access to organs that the doctor says this organ is not appropriate for transplantation because the status of that organ will not be that useful for transplantation. So we have started to put these organs in these machines and add these short pulses of Yamanaka factors. And here you see one example in the case of the rat. We are now translating these to the human liver that, as I said, we can maintain for about 2 weeks now in these machines. And you can see here how, in this case, is a kidney that after transplantation, we do the ex vivo perfusion, and after transplantation, the animals live for a certain number of weeks. But now if we just do a short pulse of these Yamanaka factors for a couple of hours in the perfusion machine and then transplant the kidney, we can see that the survival rate has increased much more. I feel this could have a practical impact to try to rescue those organs that are just trash. And this is not animals, these are human organs. And in many cases, like there is no other option, like for instance in the case of liver, of lung, in the kidney we have dialysis, that there is no other options but death. And having the possibility of introducing an organ that has been rejuvenated and hope that this will extend the life of the recipient is really a possibility that, confronting all the challenges that I have indicated to you before, could be a starting point. So just to finish, is to reiterate the importance of basic science and how the two preceding talks have illuminated us in how diseases can be treated. This is something highly precise. I have introduced today to you something that we have no idea how it works. We believe it has a connection to the structure of the chromatin between a young and an old cell. It's not very precise, but it works in every single model that we have tried so far. And the most important slides are these ones. The people who made this possible. This work was initiated with the support of Jose Luis and Lola, who are here today. Thank you very much. Our collaborators in the hospital clinic in Barcelona and my entire team in San Diego. Thank you very much for your attention.
So exciting. Thank you very much. My new instructions is not to present anyone, just to call their name. Professor Valerio Orlando. If I had to present, it's all in Italian. So, biological molecular de fama internazionale, pioneer, Nello. But we'll just take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nir. Once again, thanks to the organizers for putting this amazing experience together. And of course, my thoughts go to Vivana. Everybody knows, or those closest to her know her big heart and her enlightened mind. But very few know her in action. Those who had the opportunity to navigate with her on her boat would have, discovered something else, and maybe there it is the real power she had. I think her family knows her very well, and there is the explanation of how she managed basically to put all this together. Okay, so thank you, Viviana, once again for your energy. Okay, It's moving ahead. Okay, good. So what I'm going to talk about today is the complexity of the complexity. So this one important portion of the genome which has been ignored for a long time, and this is the so-called junk part of it, which happens to be the 50% of it. So, you know, the Book of Life, when it was sequenced and discovered, was making a few people happy, but most people unhappy because most of it could not be read in an easy manner. So this 50% of the genome, in fact, is made of repetitive sequences with no clear logic in a way. Now, these sequences, in fact, have an important evolutionary history, and it has to do with viruses in particular and pathogens. So an integration between these two biological components made us somehow. So what is the compromise? What is the dialogue between these two elements? Well, the dialogue is the result in the intuition of Barbara McClintock, a laboratory that's studying plants. She appreciated the fact that these elements jump around, and by jumping around, they produce diversity. Okay, diversity is the key word here in life. This is true in every, many different organs, many different contexts where the diversity can be attributed not to the basic genetic program, which may be, say, the starting point, but is distribution of the regulatory element that jump around, create, you know, a creative part of it, create variability, okay? And this is actually inherited. This is the DNA component. However, by jumping around, they could even create some mutations, evolution, blah, blah. But so this is a kind of dangerous element. Okay, there's another bad reputation they may have. Now, seminal work by Rusty Gage in particular and others, in fact, detected the activity of these elements also in the soma. So not only in evolutionary terms or a scale, but also somehow during somatic life. So this poses a problem. What are they good for? Are they dangerous, or they actually contribute to whatever aspect of our life is, and so on? So, but if you look at the DNA component moving, and you're comparing that with the amount of RNA, and now after COVID, now everybody knows what RNA is, there is a disproportion, huge disproportion. And the interesting fact is that these elements produce RNA every time cells are challenged, and for instance, responding to stress. Few papers tell about this, but here the point is to connect the activity of these RNA, like environmental sensors, because they act as non-coding RNA, interacting with a variety of machineries in the cell. And they have to do with epigenome plasticity, is what Juan Carlos was referring to, so the maintenance of the nuclear architecture and therefore the fidelity of the genetic program. But at the same time, also to respond to environmental stress. So somehow they connect the genetic program to environment. Now, these are the two things that in aging go wrong. One is the loss of genetic program. So progressively, you lose, let's say, the coherence of a genetic program. On the other hand, you switch to chronic inflammation. And the two things together, you know, make things complicated. So there is a kind of yin-yang aspect. So these guys are around, they are regulated, but somehow when they go wrong, they create troubles. So the point here is to understand the dosage aspects and also the timing, how much and when. So I'll present a couple of cases. This is an observation that people have, that during aging you have aberrant expression of these elements, some accumulation of these elements going around and so on. And this accompanies the loss of chromatin organization. So in a beautiful work that we have done with Juan Carlos a couple of years ago, we tested an idea. But basically the idea was, who comes first? Is because the chromatin and the nuclear architecture is lost that retrotransposons start to jump around, or is the other way around? So to cut the long story short, this experiment shows that in fact there is a timing in between the appearance of retrotransposon RNA activity and the loss of heterochromatin structure. This gave us a clue saying, okay, then these elements are drivers in the process and not passengers and so on. This led to an idea to how we can tackle them in vivo, antisense oligos that can directly target a specific class of them, and reduce their amount in physiological terms and restore basically the correct genetic program, the correct nuclear architecture, the correct physiology of the tissue, and obtain also a better performance in lifespan. So this is a case where things go wrong in the sense these elements go crazy, and so we can then intervene with a very powerful technology in this respect. However, going into the inflammatory component, inflammation is common to a variety of diseases, and all the diseases, neurological, degenerative disease, a variety of cancer, and so on and so forth. And there's very little to do with that, whereas when you somehow to do with anti-inflammatory strategies, you somehow obtain an amelioration. So our curiosity went in the direction of the role of these elements in inflammation. But before that, the observation that goes here to the developmental biology area. So in evolution, animals that can regenerate show an interesting dynamics of retrotransposon activity and expression. Basically, they are able to upregulate them. So you, for example, a salamander, when you cut, the tail or a salamander and so on, immediately there is a reactivation of these transposon elements, and consistently you see the reformation of the organ, okay, the appendages. Now, if we do this with mammals, so this does not happen. Or we cannot regenerate. So there's a kind of rule that people have established connecting proper regulation, positive and negative, of this retrotransposon world and the ability to regenerate tissues, whereas we seem to have lost this. However, things are maybe not exactly so simple. For a number of reasons, we looked into bone development and realized, in particular in osteoporosis, that there was something potentially interesting connected to the activity of these elements. In particular, the fact that these elements during osteogenesis in osteoporotic material were absent. They were not expressed as normally they should be expressed to support the ability to bone to be formed again. So we thought then to actually deliver, deliver RNA to these cells that don't have it. Inspired also for the fact that if you fracture a bone and follow during reformation of the bone, you see that in the very first hours after fracture, these elements, the retrotransposon, are reactivated, but then are sharply repressed. Okay. If this does not happen, you go into chronic inflammation and you don't repair the bone or the tissue. So inspired by this, so we then decided to provide the RNA that is not there. So 6.5 kb of line 1 RNA delivered to mesenchymal stem cells from patients affected by osteoporosis. And this surprisingly restored the ability of these cells to reproduce bone matrix formation. Now, this is now testing this also in vivo in collaboration with the Our Foundation in Switzerland. But the concept here is that, in fact, we are not delivering the RNA per se. So we have found that the RNA can instruct specific subsets of cells to produce a secretome. That this secretome contains the active principle that can instruct more specific cells to restart bone formation. So it's a kind of paracrine type of a mechanism that we can guide with a specific set of RNA, but then we let the cells in vivo to do what they're supposed to do, and so without the need for the RNA itself. So this would be a cell-free type of approach promoting tissue regeneration. We explored other tissues, also compare young and old, and for example, this is the case of human dermal fibroblast. To Cardell also, we have a couple of examples here where we can reproduce here the fact that these elements, when you injure skin, you reactivate transposons, they are then repressed, and so if we follow this process and put them, our secretome obtained from cells treated with the retrotransposon RNA, we obtain a positive result. Here is another example where you can basically heal migration, but in particular in vivo you can see mice that have been now injected with a specific secretome from specific for derm. We can have a secretome specific for muscle, a secretome specific for bone. And of course, this is going to be a long way to understand better what is the synthetic version of it. Now, going to the questions that have been raised here. When does aging start? So, of course, this is clearly a complex problem. But as Juan Carlos has anticipated, we can somehow measure aging according to frailty. But the point is whether frailty is a relative concept, like Monsignor Paglia has said. So frailty is common to every organism in every stage of the life. A kid is fragile, like an old person is fragile. So, but say there is a performance ability to cope with environmental cues that apparently makes the difference. Okay. Now, what we can say is that there is an interesting dynamics that links retrotransposon activity with lifespan and with the ability to be resilient or not. So here we started in during lifetime from 0 years to old to 96, 90 years old in primary human cells. Transcriptome, proteome, metabolomics, and also derived the own transcription of retrotransposon. Now, what you see here clearly is there is a transition time where everything seems to change, and this occurs between 40 years old and 50 years old. Now there, something happens that we don't know exactly what happens, but it's an incredible source of information here, where the genetic program of cells transition to something else. And then there are phases where there are subsequent stages where these cells then, down to 96 years old, maybe acquire different combination of factors and so on. But here's where retrotransposon somehow make a difference, because they peak here, but then they follow probably consistently the new established genetic programs. So the point here is whether these are drivers or passengers, but we can say for sure that regulated transposon correlates with a healthy state, where the dysregulated retrotransposon is not, and in between there is probably the inflammaging component that may make a difference here. So from the junk DNA or repetitive RNA, nonsense RNA, we have identified this pretty large source of information and molecule that can give us inspiration to tackle maybe more deep and unexplored mechanisms in the cell that have to do with good health. These are the people, but let me stop with something here. This is the picture taken from the Gianicolo here in Rome, and this is an example of how basic science is important. This is what the Italian Nobel Prize Giorgio Parisi was actually studying taking pictures from the roof of the Physics Institute in Roma, trying to make sense of the coordination and movement of the flocks of birds at the sunset in Roma, and from there derive important mathematical models explaining complexity. So I think there's a lot to learn from observing nature, basically. And observing nature, here we heard about very sophisticated technologies that make us dream of having the technology dominating the nature and so on. But probably no, we are just at the starting point. Probably the work of Shinya Yamaka has taught us that these 4 factors do magic things, but still we don't know how they work. So this is a starting point that means that we have to put a lot of effort, a lot of imagination, a lot of courage, especially the new generation, into observing nature and learn from nature before we manipulate it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerio. Line 1 is really a great example of things to target. My friend Vittorio Sebastiano from Stanford, more on regenerative medicine.
Thank you, Nir. Well, good evening, everybody. It's really a great pleasure to be here today, and I want to really express my gratitude to Don Alberto, to Marilena, and the entire Brain Circle, and obviously to Viviana, for sure, for being here. So today I'm going to be talking about what my work is all about, and I want to bring back a topic that actually was briefly touched upon earlier. I will get back to that, which is, about the centrality, in my opinion, that women's biology, but more in general, women have for successful tackling, actually, of the problem of not longevity, as we have learned, but of healthy longevity, which is what we are trying to get to. So it's the green one, yeah? Okay, so why women's biology? Well, the reason is very simple, and I think it's even obvious, I have to say, because, nature has already figured out a way to not age, and that is through reproduction. We do age as single individuals, but our kids are not born with our age. Are not born with our chronological age, they're not born with our biological age, they're born with age 0, and then their health span is dictated by their lifestyle and by the environment, of course. And so this is true from generation to generation to generation to generation to generation. So, you go back in time and you realize that, this life hasn't aged over the course of 3.6 billion years. So the question here is, I'm not saying that we want to reach immortality, that's not what I want to do, but the question here is, there is an example of cellular immortality out there. Can we learn from it? And can we actually apply those principles to make sure that actually our tissues do not age, our cells do not age, or if they have, bring it back in time? That's what this is all about. And it comes from the ovary, because this is really where you find the oocytes, which are this incredible machinery, this incredible lab, living lab, that is capable of making sure that aging is not vertically transmitted across generations. And so, this happens obviously very early during embryonic development, but really the source of all this is in the oocyte. And so I have developed this new term, which is called egocentrism. So it's kind of a new, movement, if you wish, meaning that we have to really put the egg, and by extension, women's reproduction, at the center of this question. Okay? If anything, my word is going to be ending up in the list of words that are going to be banned by Trump. But whatever. Okay, so how does this work? I think that Juan Carlos gave a beautiful introduction to this, and it's funny because I believe that Juan Carlos and my lab were working on the same exact question at the same exact time, without knowing it. Well, the only difference here was that I was working with only one PhD student because it was the very beginning of my career as a professor at Stanford. And we wanted actually to work directly on human cells because I wanted this to be directly translatable if proven true. And so just to quickly recap what this is all about, we know from the work of Dr. Yamanaka and Dr. Gurdon that full reprogramming of a somatic cell can be done all the way back to an embryo, either through cloning or through the iPS technology that Dr. Yamanaka invented and developed. So during this process, two things are happening. You're making a blood cell into an embryonic cell, but you're also making an old cell, whatever age is, into a very youthful cell, almost age 0. So the question that we had in the lab was, well, if this is true, can we actually decouple those two things, and can we make rejuvenation happening without cell identity happening? Which is practically what you see here. So can we turn an aged into a young without changing its identity? So leaving the liver cell as a liver cell or leaving the brain cell as a brain cell, which is exactly what Juan Carlos nicely explained. And so long story short, we did show that it's true, it's possible. So we published a few years after Juan Carlos, but we have proven that actually for the first time that this is true in human cells. And it's clinically translatable because we use the mRNAs to circumvent the issues that Juan Carlos, rightly, brought up of safety. We use the mRNA technology because the mRNA technology gives leverage on those safety concerns. I'm not saying that it's safe as of yet, but it gives a lot more leverage. And I want to give you a couple of examples of that. Well, here you see, for example, in muscle. This is done in mice, but we took the muscle stem cells, which are the cells that can regenerate the whole muscle just by, that's their job. Obviously, with time, they become fatigued. They don't remake new muscle, as you know, as we all know, that with time we lose mass. Now, we took those stem cells, we took them out of the mouse, we treated them with the mRNAs for just 2 days, and then we put them back into a recipient mouse of the same age. At the time of transplantation, the muscle was also, in a way, destroyed chemically, so that the cells were challenged to regenerate a new muscle in that environment. And then we looked 30 days after, so a month after the treatment, which is pretty long, and we measured the force of that muscle. So what is the contractility that the muscle can exert? And so you see here that an aged normal mouse has this level of force. A young mouse, which is just living happily in the cage, has this level of force. When you take an aged mouse and you transplant its muscle with age-matched stem cells that were untreated, you restore the physiological force of that muscle, as you can see here. But if you do the same with cells that have been treated for 48 hours with our cocktail, you restore the physiological force of a youthful muscle, which is approximately 40% of force induction. And I didn't have time to show the data here, but it's also mass induction, meaning that the muscle is bigger and the fibers are bigger. The same is true for human stem cells, because again, all I care about is to rejuvenate human beings. Not to rejuvenate, but yes, to apply this to human beings. But we did the same exact experiment, and you see here that this is the trajectory of growth of a muscle. Obviously, this was done they were transplanted in mice for obvious reason. But you see that this is the curve of untreated cells, and this is the curve, the blue one is the curve of growth of young cells, and the cyan is the growth curve of aged, treated stem cells, again, human. And it's also interesting to say that the older the cells get, the more significant this effect seems to be, suggesting that there's something happening during aging that can be fixed by this partial reprogramming approach. But that's not it. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip this slide. But we have also tested this, for example, in T cells, again, human. We have taken cells from a 73-year-old individual, and we have engaged these T cells with cancer cells, because the T cells are supposed to kill the cancer cells. We have done this 4 consecutive times, and you see on the left that the cells that are untreated cannot kill the cancer cells that are here in green. So the green cells take over, and at the end of the day, basically they overtake the T cells. The T cells cannot fight because they become exhausted. On the right side, you see the cells that have been treated with ERA. By the way, ERA is the way I call partial reprogramming, is epigenetic reprogramming of aging, which I believe is a more accurate way to describe it. You see that, in the treated case, it's the T cells that take over. So they actually kill completely the cancer cells, and they just get rid of them. Why? Because they're more functional, they're more youthful, they're more fit, and they can do their job better. But be reminded of one thing: they have retained their cell identity. So safety here is not a concern, because if the T cell had become something else, it wouldn't be able to kill the cancer cells, right? Because that's their job. So if they lose that memory of themselves, if they had become iPS, they would not be able to kill the cancer cells, but they do it, and they do it better, because their function is still there, but it's even enhanced. So I want to move quickly then to the rest, because the second reason why women's reproductive biology is very important is because the ovary itself plays a central role for women's longevity and for women's health span. And we all know that menopause is a trigger for aging, for accelerated aging. And this is true, for example, in physiological menopause. So if you look at the bottom here, there is a correlation, or an anti-correlation, I should say, between the entrance in menopause and the degree of, or the extent of mortality and morbidity. For every 1 year of increase in menopause age, natural, there is an adjusted mortality rate which is decreased by 2%. So imagine what 1 year or 2 years or 3 years of delayed menopause would mean in terms of women's health and women's longevity and health span. But obviously this is particularly true for women that actually enter menopause when they're not supposed to, which is in their late 20s, in their early 30s. This is called primary ovarian insufficiency. So these women enter menopause very early in life, and they start aging very early in life. And obviously this is true for animal models too. So if you take a mouse young, you remove the ovaries, this mouse ages fast. Cognitively, the bone density, the muscle, everything ages fast. If you take an old mouse, you take the ovaries, and now you put young ovaries in, this mouse lives longer, and it lives better at the cognitive, muscle, bone density levels, and so on and so forth. So I think that this speaks for itself. There is a clear correlation between ovarian function and quality of aging. So, it's pretty simple. The question is, well, can we try to find a way maybe to rejuvenate or to regenerate the ovarian tissues so that we could potentially systemically impact health span, postmenopausal health span in women? And so to do this, we're doing, I don't have much time because I need to cut short, but we're doing 2 approaches. So the first approach is the partial reprogramming that Juan Carlos referred to. Obviously, we are doing this in mice. And so we're trying to rejuvenate the ovary where it is with the hope that we can bring it back in time and see if this has an impact on the mouse, systemically. But the second experiment that we're doing is we're trying to generate new ovarian tissue, human this time, from stem cells, similarly to what Shinya has described before for other organs. And then we're going to test if this engineered in vitro-derived human ovarian tissue can work as a youthful ovary that transplanted in an old mouse could actually have an impact, again, on the animal in this case. So I will skip this because it's boring, but basically what I'm saying is that for this last approach, we have successfully generated germ cells from iPSCs. Now we are working on the other component of the ovary, which is the granulosa cells. And then in a few, hopefully, weeks, we're going to mix them, transplant them in the mice, and see if the whole idea is correct. Okay, I just want to kind of stop here to tell you that there is actually way more reasons why we should be egocentric, because in addition to the fact, I hope I've shown you that women's reproduction and women's biology is central, but unfortunately women are not yet central in the agenda. And I want to go back to what Professor Mayra said, that we need to reinforce the idea that we need to study women, we need to really understand women's biology, because they are different from us, but there is a lot that we can learn from this. So I stop there. I thank the people in my lab, the funding, my institute, and obviously you for your attention. Thank you.
Terrific. So many examples of actually what led from your research to real-world solutions. So thank you for that. It's getting better, and I appreciate the people who are waiting here, but listen to what's coming. Eileen Crimmins, please, from USC Davis, looking so much forward to your talk.
Thank you. I too want to thank Vivana and Father Carrera. It's been, I'm sure, a difficult month in the Vatican, but you managed to pull it all together. So normally, I, as a social scientist, talk to social scientists about thinking about biology and how important it is. And today, I want to talk to biologists to think about social science and how important the social world is in thinking about how to address aging. What do you push here? This one? This one, okay. So clearly plagiarizing from biologists, I have termed a set of factors as the social hallmarks of aging. Everybody in Milan showed the hallmarks of aging, biological ones, and so did I. I'm not going to show them today, but I'm going to stress what I call these social hallmarks of aging. They're similar in that they're fundamental causes of earlier aging. This is true basically in all populations. Low social and economic status, being a member of a minority group, having adverse health behaviors, having poor psychological health, and being exposed to adverse life events result in premature aging and early death, so a loss of health expectancy. Now, I'm going to use data primarily from the US, but we work in many, many countries. The relationships are somewhat extreme in the US, but they're the same direction virtually everywhere. These social hallmarks are pretty much related to about 10 years of life expectancy. The first one I say, education is different between the low status education, which is always in orange, the low status, the high status of each one, or the good behavior is in blue. And in every case for education, there's 14 years of difference in life expectancy at age 16. For childhood adversity, there's 11 years at age 16. For poor behaviors, no good behaviors, versus 5 good behaviors, 12 years. For poor mental health versus good mental health, 10 years difference. So they're all very, very strong in terms of life expectancy. That means that's a place to work if you want to improve both life expectancy, and I'm going to make the case that it's also a place to work if you want to improve health expectancy. Social hallmarks work through lots of mechanisms. I'm not saying it's those facts, how many years you sat in the schoolroom that matters, but the life that comes with those things. The lack of stress, the lack of depression, if you have good education, psychological pressures are fewer, you can purchase what you want, you have better access to health care, and you probably live in a place that's environmentally better. So my question then is, how do we use this to think about how we reverse those differences? The fact is, those social differences have to operate through biology. They don't operate by themselves. They have to go through biology. If they go through biology, the solution to the health issue is you could reduce the adverse social exposures and you could improve the biology, or you could do both of those things, and you would be better off. So my question now is, can I show how they are related to biology, these social exposures, and then how we might change that biology? So I have several measures of biological age that are based on thousands of people measured in a national population. They're measured at multiple levels of biology. I won't go into detail, but I have one measure of physiological dysregulation that's based on 22 clinical and biochemical markers, cardiovascular, metabolic, lots of inflammatory, kidney, liver, lung, a lot of markers. And then I have markers at the new and different and modern level of molecular and cellular levels. I have an estimate of epigenetic age from DNA methylation and an estimate of transcriptomic age from an RNA-seq. So I'm going to say, do we get a signal that these things are related to the social hallmarks of aging that I've listed, and what is the implication if they are or they aren't for where you go to improve health span. Oh, this is a list of physiological dysregulation markers. A lot of them you'll recognize, and some of them are fairly limited to research markers, but there's a lot of them, and they cover a lot of the body. All of these measures are in terms of biological age, and I'm always going to look at how biological age differs from chronological age, and whether people are rapid agers, aging fast, so accelerated agers, or whether they're slow agers and aging slower, according to these markers. So I'm going to basically show for each of these social hallmarks, people in a low category, a poor category, and people in a good category, and see whether they're related to this physiological dysregulation, accelerated epigenetic age, and accelerated transcriptomic age. The blue is always good, and being below the line means you're a slow ager. That's good. The red is bad, you're above the line, and what you see here is generally all the good social states, education, adverse childhood experiences are below the line if you're good, they're above the line if you're bad. The same thing is true for psychological well-being and for behaviors. The behaviors are things like eating, drinking, being obese, exercising, things that you're used to. So it shows that people with good levels of these social hallmarks have slow aging, and people with poor levels have faster aging. And they are pretty much consistent across all these levels of measurement, which get at basic cellular and molecular processes as well as physiology. So what does that mean for where we go? I think it's pretty clear that the new approach to delaying aging is to intervene and to treat more components of biological age, to treat at probably younger ages and probably lower levels at risk. And some of these are really treatable now. The physiological dysregulation, we have pretty good ideas how to treat most of that at some level. The metabolic, the inflammatory, the cardiovascular. And some may be more treatable shortly, other levels, senolytics, drugs for AD, Alzheimer's disease, GLP-1, a variety of things that could be used for treatment. But it's also true that the old approach to delaying aging will still work. Keep your biology in balance, keep your behavior moderate, accept proven medical treatments, and treat mental well-being as well as physical well-being, and try to reduce and eliminate disparities. Reducing and eliminating disparities will do a tremendous amount to improve healthy aging in populations. And I would say support the health of mothers and children as aging, I would say, begins before birth in your grandmother's ovaries, and that you treat very, very young people, you are basically treating them to a better old age. So thank you.
That was terrific, and I think this idea that there's the early exposome, but you could do either treat that or help with drugs. Like if you're obese, GLP-1 will be better than say don't eat. So that was a great approach, and thank you for that. And now Camilo Ricordi, who gave up a great career in music and decided to cure diabetes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This one is, okay. We're missing the first slide here. So thank you for being here, and I feel sorry we're only 2 hours late, but if you take my email, ricordi@live.com, as a reward for your resistance and resilience, I'll send you a free copy of my book to everyone who survived to the end of this conference. But the topic is health span, a sustainable model to improve lifespan, because actually health span save money to healthcare and to the society in general. And the issue, I will not touch it, but the importance on democratizing health span and access and equitable access, because you touch it so brilliantly. But the paradigm shift that we're trying to implement is to move from a fee-for-service society where you become a subject of interest only when you get sick, go to the hospital, see a doctor, to a fee-for-outcome model where you rewards outcome and keeping people, preventing that people become patients. So prolonging healthy lifespan, compressing the phase of decline that unfortunately affects the last decades of life, especially in some countries like the United States, and perform health span engineering, as we heard from Singapore, and there are some regions that are implementing strategies very successfully, reaching almost the success level of Japan and South Korea by changing ways you act. But to intervene on health span and to eradicate diseases in a way, you have to act at different levels. It's primary prevention by predictive diagnostic, intercepting risk factors that may become a disease in years or decades and are invisible. If you don't identify, you cannot defeat them. Reverse disease progression at early stages or treat those already affected, but then importantly, prevent disease recurrence after an initially successful cure. Because often as transplant surgeons, we say, okay, you got an islet transplant, you don't have to take insulin anymore, go back. You can eat now ice cream and pizzas, there is no tomorrow, but actually then you go back to insulin treatment over the years. And this is a simplification, of course, because there is also immunosuppression, toxicity, and other problem. But if you look at the reverse and treat, reverse disease progression earlier, treat those already affected, we don't have time to go through my 4 decades of little contribution, but I started developing the method to extract the insulin-producing cells from the human pancreas at Washington University, and then performing the first successful trial in diabetes in 1990, all the way to the successful phase 3 trial, and now islet transplantation is approved in most countries. In France, it's reimbursed and standard of care in UK, Australia, Canada, and others. And now we are facing the last challenge is how to provide a supply that is sufficient for all and not a lottery based on like pancreas donation, and then how to do this transplant without lifelong recipient immunosuppression to expand access beyond the most severe cases of type 1 diabetes. So I will not tell you anything about the evolution of the procedure, but you can check ResearchGate or Google Scholar and find my 1,200 papers and see, get bored to death reading them. I remember barely 30 or 35 of them. But jumping forward, we recently formed a new little biotech, very microscopic compared to others that were shown before, but capitalizing on umbilical cord-derived mesenchymal stromal cells. These are not real stem cells, but are the youngest cells you can get after a healthy newborn baby. And from a single umbilical cord, we can expand in bioreactors sufficient cells to treat 10,000 subjects with 100 million cells. So it's a very exciting new development because these cells are antifibrotic, immunomodulatory. They promote tissue repair and regeneration, and has been used now in diabetes, randomized trial with 8-year follow-up, long-term diabetes. They've been able to prevent the development of long-term complication. And I consider diabetes a classic accelerated aging disease, so you develop faster and earlier these chronic complications that are also typical of other inflammatory-based disease condition and insulin resistance. But then this was quite remarkable, but then COVID exploded and we couldn't do diabetes trial anymore in the hospital, but I said we have this master cell bank of umbilical cord-derived MSCs. Let's try to put, if they're anti-inflammatory, immunomodulatory, promote tissue repair regeneration, injected IV, they naturally reach the lung. Let's try in COVID. And you see, this is another randomized controlled double-blind trial that FDA required us, unfortunately, to give half of the treatment, just the solution without the cells, to people intubated in the ICU during the peak of COVID. You see the green line, we were able to save the life of almost all patients except one that was over 85 years and had an order, do not resuscitate, do not intubate. But it was quite remarkable and stimulated us to see. So these cells are really, we had mechanistic studies showing a profound effect on cytokine storm, immunomodulation, anti-inflammatory. And so now we are continuing with Stanford, just called us recently to try to save a child, a desperate case of a 12-year-old with graft versus host disease. That is this terrible complication that can occur after bone marrow transplant, where the bone marrow that you transplant start rejecting the recipient. And this 12-year-old kid had tried everything, was bleeding from the gastrointestinal tract. They tried all kinds of combination of immunosuppression and nothing worked. And they called me in Miami and said, can we try to ship some of these cell doses from the umbilical cord MSCs that you use in the COVID trial, where you demonstrated this profound anti-inflammatory and immunomodulatory effect. And now the kid is completely resolved, negative pathology, and we'll present this in New Orleans and the International Cell Therapy Society meeting. We're also starting a trial in chronic kidney disease, and the previous trial leading to this technology showed that you can even reverse mesenchymal transition of aging type 2 diabetic islets that stop producing insulin, going through this so-called mesenchymal transition. And you combine them with umbilical cord MSCs, and they can restore insulin production like 30 years earlier, completely restoring differentiated tissue and reversing the dedifferentiation that you can have in age-related diseases. So we also tried in progeria mice with young, in this case were bone marrow-derived MSC or their exosome, achieving up to 3-fold increase in lifespan, but this is a mouse model of very accelerated aging. And we developed also technology called Lipogen, was developed actually in Miami and in Milan, where you have MSC, pericytes, exosome, extracellular vesicle containing microcluster of adipose tissue that work like factories of regenerative medicine element and have been used now in over 80,000 patients worldwide, primarily in osteoarthritis, but now also in Crohn's fistula, diabetic foot ulcers, and all kinds of application from vaginal atrophy to other tissue repair and regeneration. And basically, it's based on the fact that you have pericytes around all the microcirculation of the stromal vascular fraction, and when they sense injury, inflammation, or immune attack, they become MSC, and activated MSC perform their job as immunomodulatory, anti-inflammatory, and much more. So this is a technology that is now in 2 pre-market approval trials in the United States with over 350 patients completed, and in Italy is already approved in some regions like Veneto and Emilia-Romagna. But the real problem is health span engineering now. How can you really have an impact to prevent that people become diabetes, patients, defeating these invisible risk factors? And as you mentioned on the socioeconomics of disease progression, this is a scary slide on diabetes. A child diagnosed with diabetes at age 10 in the United States loses only an average of 13 years of lifespan. Average worldwide is 24 years. If you're unlucky and you are born in a low-income country, you can lose 47 years of lifespan expectancy. And if you look cardiovascular, it's the same, 75% occur in low-income situations. So that but this is not just diabetes, like in all age-related disease, this phase of decline that we call unhealthy lifespan. If you see, in United States, we are at the 69th place internationally in the score for healthy lifespan. Despite we spend 4.7 trillion or 20% of the GDP of United States in healthcare, it's the only developed country where health span has decreased since 2010. So we have example of what we can do from Japan, Korea, and Singapore, and an example of what not to do, maybe, and how to act earlier to intercept this kind of problems to become a problem also in Italy that is doing pretty well, for example, with ranking number 10 right now. So we have this massive, in the United States, incidence when you're past age 60 of chronic disease age-related that are largely preventable. And you have a series of invisible risk factors that you can intercept. And I'll send you the free copy of the book so we don't lose time listing them, but from silent inflammation, insulin resistance, deficiency of vitamin D3 is a big problem, and sedentary lifestyle. You should stand up every time you've been sitting 20 minutes. So all of you, I'm sorry, today has been a very bad thing for health span. And then you have visible risk factor that we all know. And in Italy, they say, when I talk, well, we don't have this problem. We are ranked number 10. We have Mediterranean diet. We exercise more. But look at the situation in obesity now in the United States, where is an epidemic. But look, Italy is the first place in child obesity. So if you think children obesity is the mirror of what will happen in 10, 20 years, is a red flag, and time to act is now. You don't have to wait to become like United States to intercept this visible risk factor. So we have a lot of disease predisposing elements, what we call the perfect disease predisposing storm, increase omega-6, refined carbohydrates, high processed food, sedentary lifestyle, and lack of the protective factors that are in the opposite direction. Omega-3, now they're becoming centerfold even for lifespan publication on how they improve biologic age combined with vitamin D. But the first element in diabetes came from this experimental data that on human PBMC exposed to omega-3, they double regulatory T cells and bring down the Th17 cells that are the aggressive cells. But if you have omega-6 arachidonic acid exposed to these cells, the regulatory T cell goes to 0 and the Th17 through the roof. So just the diet-induced inflammation can damp your ability to fight hyperimmune or hyperinflammatory stimuli like an autoimmune trigger, like an enterovirus, or in case of COVID, SARS-CoV-2, you may develop now a severe infection instead of modulating inflammation and immunity. And vitamin D and omega-3 has been shown to reduce autoimmune diseases almost 40%. And in COVID-19, if you have low vitamin D levels, you have not twice, not 4 times, you have 14 times more probability to have severe COVID or die from COVID. So these are very strong indications that are emerging on many other, and are very simple things. Nobody is very interested because vitamin D in the United States on Amazon you buy for $19, the supply for 2 years. So there is no billion-dollar molecule or market behind it. But, and then we have also data on polyphenol and sirtuin activator combination that may become helpful. And, but in summary, the message is that there is no single bullet, there is no magic remedy. Like it's not that you take a vitamin D or omega-3 and then you can go eat fast food like there is no tomorrow, because it's a bad news, has been already tested in the VITAL study in the United States, where they give 1 pill of omega-3 to Americans and then say, well, omega-3 don't help in cardiovascular disease like in Japan, where they eat fish. Yes, the difference is that in America you give 1 pill of omega-3 and then they go eat hamburger, French fries, like there is no tomorrow. Where in Japan, the fish is part of the diet and is a healthy diet. So the message is that you have an ecosystem for healthy lifespan. Is complicated, require a little application of effort, if you wish. Exercise is one of the key pillars, but many other elements that we'll describe now with artificial intelligence and technology and wearables, there is more and more probability and possibility to intercept risk factor, identify them early without even going to a hospital, with kind of virtual health coach that could be developed through AI applications, and even analyzing the food that you eat with a new app. And I'm very pleased that when I wrote this book during the pandemic, everybody said, "Oh, you're crazy. How do you think that these three pandemics of the 21st century, autoimmune diseases, viral diseases, and chronic diseases associated with accelerated aging, can be intercepted by protective molecules, for example, besides exercise?" But now we have more and more papers coming out of validation trials that are indicating that this may be the case. So I think it is an important effort that we have to continue trying to prevent people from becoming patients, but also because every year added to healthy lifespan could yield 38 trillion in economic benefits globally. This was a Nature Aging paper in 2021. Maybe it's a little over-optimistic, but there is a lot of trillions that could be saved and used to address other challenges of our century that you all know. We don't have to remind each other. So these are some of the pillars, and it's great that now predictive diagnostic can intercept some of these risk factors. You all know early diagnosis, like when you do a mammography for nodules in the breast or colonoscopy to identify a small polyp before it becomes a problem. But predictive diagnostic is when you identify a risk factor that you can intercept and avoid a disease progression towards the disease in 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, like insulin resistance, for example, or inflammation. And then all the rest of the factors, and last but not least, GLP-1 receptor agonists that are becoming like sort of a therapeutic revolution this is another book that I will not send you for free after this talk, but that you can get because we have the co-author, Dr. Marco Infante, here with us, and will be the subject of a presentation we'll make in Milan the 28th at Teatro Franco Parente as part of the continuation. But this is a way how you can now reset the system if you are going in the wrong direction with incredible benefit that have been demonstrated, but this is not the solution because you have to do resistant exercise, you have to eat protein, you have to avoid sarcopenia, but can give a chance to reset the system, and then adherence to the pillars of the health span code again to restore health and try to compress the phase of decline. Thank you.
Terrific. So I know you want to get out of here, and I promise you there are very profound things I want to tell you. Can I have the slides? First of all, thank you. I'm not going to show those slides. I'm going straight to where I want to be, which is here. Thank you, everybody, for staying, and I hope that you got really good examples of where the future can lead us. Some of it is in a few years, and some of it is maybe later, but we're making really progress. I want to make first point for Dr. Ramakrishna, but to all of you. What do you need to show in drug that will make it what we call a gerotherapeutic? Well, from a preclinical perspective, it should it should show something in these hallmarks of aging. Those hallmarks of aging are not the causes of aging, but if you treat any one of them, they change the other. So you want to show that that happened. By the way, it doesn't happen with statins. Statin is a very important drug, but it doesn't change hallmarks of aging, and it doesn't change, that's the second thing, health span or lifespan when you give it to animals. But from a perspective of biology, you want to show that those preclinical data. But more important, from a clinical perspective, you want to show that a drug, an FDA-approved drug, for whatever disease, happens to delay other diseases. Okay, you didn't know, but you do a clinical study and you show that it delays a variety of other diseases. Not only that, you want to show that this drug that was designed for one disease in a clinical study prevented not disease-specific mortality, but overall mortality. And they're actually, we're a group that was working on, now it's the third table, but we're working on all the drugs that we know were given to animals and extended their health span and lifespan. And we focus on 4 drugs out there that got on a scale of 12, 11 to 12. Okay, so and actually the clinical part is very, very, very interesting because there are many studies and the qualities of the study are great and they're all clinical studies. So I'll give you an example. Oops, that's not the slide. Oh, okay, maybe I guess I missed those examples, but every one of those 4 drugs was given to people, and in clinical studies have shown that they are changing multimorbidities and disease-specific mortality. So those drugs are basically ready to go. This is the table that we're trying to do. There are 4 drugs. So how can we decide which one of you in a secondary prevention way can get any drug? And I'm saying secondary prevention because they all were designed for one disease and affected other disease. So you have to have something. If you have obesity, we can give you GLP-1. If you have cardiovascular disease, we can give you any one of those grants. So we're filling up this table. So there are drugs that we're ready to use right now. Any one of those drugs can legally be repurposed, okay? Metformin is an important drug for the simple reason, metformin has billions and billions of years of use and chronic use. There are people on metformin, many of them 90 years old, that have been on metformin for 40 years. So we know everything we need to do to know about metformin. But more important, it's the cheapest drug in the formulary. We're talking about democratization, about affording those treatments that we have. Well, this is one of them. All those drugs are about not breaking this 115 years of lifespan, but hey, we die at the age of 80, so why don't we start gaining on that? And with those drugs, we can start gaining of that. The last thing I want to do to say is what you heard about aging, it's not only for older adults. In fact, you got a lot of examples like that. But I would press that people who have children and people who survive cancer are aging. Hey, we give chemotherapy and radiation to treat cancer. Many people are aging. Kids get heart disease at age 35, so they need help. People with HIV die 10 years before their cohort. They need help. People with disability that cannot move and eat too much, they need help. And you know what, Elon Musk, if we want to go to Mars, we need to stop aging because we'll never get there without disease and we'll never come back. So there's more than one way. As I said, it cannot be only for the rich. And remember that the revolution that you heard about here is really spend time on improving your health and not in treating your disease. I think this is the mindset that we have to have, and we have to use more drugs and more the exercise, the diet, everything as a prevention, and that's how we'll get this revolution. So thank you very much for being here, and we hope to talk more about everything next year.
Thank you so much. We did it. So thank you for joining us and for resisting together this fantastic and terrific, inspiring moment. And I guess Vivana is enjoying this moment. And your present passion and insights have made this first Vatican Longevity Summit a truly historic and transformative moment. So see you for the next chapter, I guess. And thank you so much. And I want to invite all the speakers here in front, and Marilena, for the final picture of the meeting. Thank you so much. God bless.